happening, gang? How is everyone doing this fine Tuesday morning? What's happening? What's going on? Hope everyone's having a great week so far and a great morning. It's cold again here. It's been cold, but sun's shining, so it's even as cold as it's been, it's melted a lot of the snow and ice, but still chilly. I hope everyone's doing well. Let's get into the comments. We got geez, I guess Rufus was in here a long time ago because Logan Hall's grill streams. How are you feeling, Logan Hall? Get a chance. The link is pinned at the top. Hop on and give us a medical update on your finger. Hopefully you're doing well, and you'll be back to grill streaming quick as ever. Excuse me. Yeah, so I was shocked to see that. You guys got to follow me, Logan, whoever else you like on Instagram. I am _Luchabetic_Mark. Follow away and see what's going on in everyone's lives, what's happening. Normally you'll just get to see stuff like what's on your screen right now from me. There'll be watch content and food content, occasional cat content, occasional Sherman the Blind, Double Dapple, Dachshund content. No more Jeeps. No more Jeeps. What a bummer. The Jeeps are gone. On the screen is hopefully my last French omelet for a while because I'm kind of tired of them. So I'll show you the last couple I made, but yeah, I'm kind of getting tired of the French omelet. So you've seen a little bit of variance, but I got it's decent at making them. I am not a chef. I am a cook, a home cook who does it for enjoyment. And French omelets are hard to make. Well, hard to make them come out looking like a French omelet. It's technique. It's tough technique. But I have been practicing, and that is the culmination of the French omelets right there. We've got John D in the chat. He was Zekend. Zekend. And here we got 7 people watching. Hopefully we've got, 9 upvotes then, because hey, my 2 accounts upvoted twice. Oh my dear Lord, we are way behind on our votes. Got to correct that. Hit that like button, hit subscribe, and hit the notifications because that way you'll know when we're coming on, because it's a little different than just the Sunday show right now. Like I said, we're going to try and give you a couple shows during the week. Excuse me. Logan says he's working at the moment, but I'm doing all right now. I'm taking ibuprofen regularly and laying low. Doc said it'll take 2 weeks to fully heal. Planning on doing a lamb rack grill steak once fully healed, or grill stream, I'm sure. A rack of lamb. Damn. Stay tuned for that. Again, hit the notifications in the subscriptions on Logan Hall's Grill Stream. Excuse me 1 second. Sorry about that. I've been fighting this bug and going through. So yeah, it looks like we got lamb rack of lamb. Damn. The lamb is one of those things you have to do it right. It can be, you can make it come out tough and or really a little over gamey if you're not careful. So looking forward to that, Logan Hall. Who else is out there today? We got John D and Logan Hall. Is that it? Other than that, the other 8-9 people are laying low. Don't forget to hit the like. Please, please, please. It was nice to get over 50 likes the other day. We enjoy that. Did everybody see the new Speedy release? Hey, shockingly, Omega has released yet another new Speedmaster. I know. Who would have thought that was possible? for such a thing to occur. But alas, it is there, all through my Instagram feed. I don't know how I feel about it. It's got those weird Mickey Mouse ears things going on. But breakfast, delicious. I used up all my white cheddar. I had all these cheeses left from the cheesy potato concoctions that I made over all the holidays. So I used the Gouda, I believe it was today, the shredded Gouda inside the French omelette. And then I had some tomato left. So the tomatoes are a little rough, little off season. So what I did is I took the tomato, I sliced it, I took a little bit of hot sauce, a couple different hot sauces, and a couple splashes of Worcestershire sauce. Mix that up and kind of macerated that tomato slice in that to soften it up a little bit, soften up some of the membrane, and to give it a little bit of flavor because it didn't have. It's just that time of year, you know. The tomatoes not as good in the winter here in Pittsburgh, but we do what we can. We do our best. The subject of today's show, obviously, is going to be the Aqua Terra as the greatest go anywhere, do anything watch of all time. Here's a picture of it yesterday. The watch is gorgeous. I actually ended up in an Omega AD or boutique, and they hadn't seen that watch yet. So good for me, good for the guys out of Joyce's Jewelers in Uniontown. We'll take a look at their site later, see what they've got for sale. Those are good guys, watch guys. We like them. You should like them as well. Yesterday's breakfast, another French omelet. It's what are you gonna do? It's that time. It's that time. But I think I'm done with the French omelets for a little bit. I'm just kind of tired of them, if you will. That was kind of why Sunday I did the scrambled eggs and pancakes. Delicious. Delicious. Not much else going on in the world. I mean, I got a bunch of, since I hadn't posted any pictures of the new watch until revealing what I had done, I did that a big photo dump of those. So you'll find a bunch of those on my Instagram. The watch is cool as hell. I did show it over on JJ's, and Kurt was over there. He got the same watch. I was shocked. I was coming on to JJ's panel, and as I'm coming on, I did not. Did you hear Curly crown you as the plating presentation king? I did not know that. Did I win the 2000? I know. Again, Curly's streams are normally really enjoyable. I feel bad when there's like real drama going on that he has to address, but normally they're just very entertaining. And I know he was going to present his 2024 awards for the year. Apparently, according to Logan Hall, I was crowned the plating presentation king. Nice, thank you guys, appreciate that. That's good stuff. He does appreciate the plating. So I dumped a bunch of pictures of this watch. It was cool. But yeah, so I came on, as I was coming on the stream, Kurt was showing his, and I was like, holy crap, same watch. I thought I was going to shock him. Well, I knew I wasn't going to shock JJ because I knew A, he liked the watch, and we discussed it a few weeks ago, and B, he had commented on my Instagram that he liked the watch. One of the first pictures I posted of it on Sunday, so there was that. Other than that, I want to go over to Omega and see what they've got on their website. If they have, I know I saw. There it is. Okay. Boom. Oops. Wow. Interesting. Goes right to the next one. Let's see if it comes back here. Flips back to the watch. There it is. This is what we're looking for. So it looks like a blue ceramic bezel. I'm not crazy about that moon phase thing. Oh, maybe blue and black. Meteorite dial. But it's the Mickey Mouse here. Somebody pointed this out on one of the streams the other day. It might have been even mine or someone else. I'm not even sure. But that the north south with the moon phase, it looks like there's like Mickey Mouse ears in there. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'm not sure. Would you guys like the blue or the black better? I kind of like the blue better because the meteorite is a little bit lighter colored, little like that kind of spot of red. 17 grand. Damn, 43 millimeters. That's like a different size as well. But $17,000 for that watch. Are you crazy? Omega. That seems insane to me. What do you guys think? Any thoughts on the new Speedy? Seems like a heck of a lot of money for a Speedmaster. I mean, I had an expensive Speedmaster. I traded on this for that some cash. Which, geez, I got the bill for what my Cobra is going to be. I'm glad I took the emergency cash. We may sell the Planet Ocean too and just pay that for the next 5 months. Because the problem is even if I got a job tomorrow, you still have normally in the car business like 60 days before you're eligible for benefits, 90 days at some dealerships. So I'm going to have to Cobra for a few months regardless. I'm like, damn. It's a big bill. It's double what it was a year and a half ago. If you can believe it. I can't believe it. I was shocked. Was absolutely shocked to see that number. But it is what it is. You got to have the health insurance. So we are not in Canada where you just get that stuff. You have to pay for it. And have very good coverage, and I would like to continue that coverage because some of the there's 2 of the heart medicines are super duper expensive if you don't have insurance. Like I'll pay $40 for the I think it's like called it Tresto or something like that. But if I remember asking the pharmacist, I'm like, look, if I go to this or if I lose this insurance, this is a year and a half ago or whatever, and it was like $2,200 for a 90-day supply. I was like, yeah, looks like death is coming my way. I'm not paying $2,200. I think it's a lot cheaper to pay the Cobra. Well, that was going down last time. I was like, damn, that's expensive stuff. Insulin's a little bit cheaper than it used to be, but it still ain't cheap. It still ain't cheap. So while I was out and about yesterday, sort of putting my name and face in front of even just some of my friends and stuff in the business, just saying, go and say hello, chit chat, let them know that I was looking. If they knew of anything, heard of anything, needed anyone, I was available. You got to do that. Sometimes you got to do it in person, especially if you work in an in-person style business. And I stopped over at the new Watches of Switzerland again for the second time. I stopped over there when they first opened in November. So I stopped over there and asked if I just flat out asked if they're hiring. They do all that through corporate and the website, which I had already done. He said they were kind of full right now, but shockingly not a lot of knowledge. I mean, just a shame. I mean, there's a sales associate asking me questions about this and the availability of this. I'm like, well, you're the boutique. You haven't had one yet? That shocked me. I mean, just shocking to see to hear that. And just the kind of the lower level of watch knowledge in general, was a little, because these are expensive items, and I'm not saying you need to be the best product guy, because traditionally your best product people are your worst salespeople. People who can explain every little detail of a product and know it inside out. They rely on that, and that's where their comfort level is. Their comfort level isn't in, would you like to buy it? Asking for the sale, the most important part, the only question that matters. Everything else is just a way to, if you don't look at every other aspect of what you're doing with your customers, a way to close them, or to get a bridge to get to a closing question, what are you really doing? The idea is to sell them something, whether it be a car or a watch or a house or whatever it is you're selling. You want to sell them something. Oh, Milk, are you going to manage the Omega Boutique? Geez, I really could. Because those guys just don't know anything, and they're almost apathetic. So I told you the story about the first time I went there. There was the little gate, and you had to wait to go in. Well, I just strolled right in yesterday and walked around, looked at some Omegas, some Oris, some Doxa. Uh, they have a Ulysse Nardin display, like a freak display without a freak. You see more freaks on the streams than you do in the boutique, unfortunately. But yeah, went through all that stuff, and before anyone came to say hello, shockingly. Now, as I was walking through, so it's in the mall, it's in the nicer mall in Pittsburgh, Ross Park, and it's across from the Tiffany store. All my friends at Tiffany, they weren't working yesterday. I didn't get to go chit chat with them. It's catty corner from the Louis Vuitton store. It's very close to the Gucci store. So it's where it's located is kind of where all the high end stuff is at the mall. But as I was leaving, I think I've told you before, there's a watchmaker there that I trust and like. And he actually came walking down. He knew more about my Aquaterra than those people did. Because he spotted it right away, come running over. He's like, "Hello, my friend. I'm not sure what country he's from, if he's Swiss or where he's from. I really asked." And a really nice guy. But he started asking me all kinds of questions about the watch and wanted to see it because he had seen it. Yeah, he knew what it was. He goes, "That's the new one. That's the new one." Yes. And so he's asking what I thought about the new bracelet, how I like, all the different stuff about it. And he kept saying, it's perfect. You could one and done. You could one and done. He kept saying, it's a perfect one and done watch. He's a big Omega fan and a big IWC fan. He loves the IWCs as well. And Seiko guy, likes the Seikos. He kind of likes a little bit of everything, but a good watchmaker, good guy, good with bracelets. Trust him in his little shop. So definitely good to see him. But yeah, he knew more about the watch than the Omega people. Shocking. A shocking turn of events is just standing in the middle of the mall. But I have to say, a couple day review of the new Aquaterra. So, the watch itself, it's just so comfortable. And you guys know that I'm an Aquaterra apologist, a fanboy. I've always been a fan of the watch. I've owned a few. I had that one for 5 years. But that watch is so good. It's so nice. That new bracelet really makes that watch. Around 13 thick, almost 48 lug to lug, 41 millimeters across. Without the rotating bezel, it's got really good dial presence, so it really looks good on the wrist. If you compare that to the 43.5 Planet Ocean, the dial distance is not, because you have the big turning bezel. So in a lot of ways, the Aqua Terra wears a tad bit bigger than the Planet Ocean because you don't, because of the dial. The other thing that I didn't know how I was going to feel about this thing. So, still got stickers on this. Brandy new. Look at that sticker. Still got stickers. So there's this little button here. So you push that down and push in, which seems counterintuitive, I know. But you push the button down, push in, and that's where you get your comfort setting. And it actually, in a lot of videos and stuff I saw, they made it really look like it's a huge gap in the bracelet when you do that. It really isn't. So actually, in person, I don't mind it nearly as much as I did in some of the stuff that I've seen online before, mostly with the black lacquer when they were talking about it. But it doesn't add a huge, you know, thing. It's only about 2.5 millimeters, but it's like just enough. So even when I do it on that, I mean, it loosens the watch a little bit because I'm not super hot right now, but it is um, one of the big complaints. So then to take it out, you just do the opposite, push the button in and pull it out, and that makes it smaller. I know it sounds weird when you say it that way, but it's the way it works. It's the way they designed it. And I'm just happy to have some sort of comfort release because, as McAllen said, how does the new AT bracelet feel over the older one? I had a 41 millimeter like yours. Wasn't too fond of it. No, that was always my complaint. I had that the gray dial blue indice one for years, 5 years. And that was always my big complaint. I tried the green one, and the bracelet on the green one, even though it was newer, seemed even worse. Um, they make amazing rubber straps for these things, but this new bracelet, first, it just looks killer. It really, really, it plays above its weight. It looks amazing. The new comfort setting, I like. At least it gives me something for those hot days. Whereas that was the old bracelet had no micro adjust whatsoever, no comfort extension. So yeah, I'll take that. And it just wears. So it's when you first feel it, you're like, whoa, the bracelet's really light. So this watch comes in at like 155 grams, I believe, total weight. As compared to like, what is this one? 210, 220 on this one. And it's a big chunky watch. And you can see the difference. I mean, the bracelet on this thing is huge, but it's a 600-meter diver. So it's going to be bigger. I would hope. It was bigger. But it is a big difference in the weight. And when you feel it, I almost felt like the first time I touched one, I was like, it felt almost a little bit cheaper. I was like, oh, is that cheaper because it's not as heavy? But then you put it on and you understand. You put it on and the drape and the fit, and it wears so much better. It has the comfort setting, and I think it looks so much better. Buckley always says at a distance, he thought the first time he saw it that it was a presidential. It's got that kind of presidential style. I don't know if I'd go so far as to say it looks 100% like a presidential, but with the shorter lug, and you can see more of the bracelet on either side of the watch on my giant 7.5 inch through or 7.5 inch wrist with its 3-inch wingspan. You can actually see a lot of the watch or a lot of the bracelet on either side, and it is pretty striking when you see it. When I catch a glimpse of it in a mirror or a reflection in the mirrors or a window, or take a picture of it or something, whatever, I'm always like, damn, they really did a nice job with that watch bracelet. It's so much nicer than the old bracelet. No complaints. But yeah, so McAllen Drinker, BW, good morning, sir. Good to see you. Guys, don't forget to hit the upvote. We do appreciate that. This Sunday I'll have PayPal set up because everyone's kind of saying I needed PayPal set up instead of just a super chat. So we'll do that for this Sunday. I got some stuff to do. Try and give myself little projects during the days, including visiting with you guys, showing off this. This literally could be a one and done watch. The Aqua Terra is a good enough watch that it could literally be a one and done. It's just that the specs are great, the movement's great. We're going to get into all that here a little bit. We got the Speedy up here right now because, well, my favorite brand released a new Speedmaster. Shocking, I know. It's lovely. And Mark too. Yes, thank you. It's a cool watch. Again, I make no apologies for my love of Omega and my love of the Aqua Terra over the years. I just think, when you compare this to an IWC Mark 20, an OP, even really a date check, because this does have a date on it, Explorer 40. I think the other watches that you might compare this watch to. I mean, those are the main ones. The dial on this, and now the new bracelet really helps. So some advantages you get. I'm gonna make my face big still. Uh-oh. BW's in the process of a deal. He'll know if it happens today. Ooh. Interesting. Very interesting, BW. Excited to see what you got. Looking good, Lucha. Thanks, Bruce G. So first, it's the dial. All right. I may go to some of the Instagram pictures because it's a little bit easier to see than on this camera, but you see the depth, the height of the indices. And then it's the case. These cases, the lyre lugs, now this one doesn't have the mix of polish. This one's fully polished, so there's no brushed on this one. But the movement, so first, I love to see the movement. Second, I'm a big coaxial fan. I like the coaxial escapement. So then there's that part. I'm going to show you a couple pictures off my Instagram so you can see what I'm talking about as far as the depth of the dial. Let's go ahead and share that tab instead. So this is a picture from yesterday. Just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I took a couple pictures and posted it yesterday because it's a new watch. So here's one where you can really see the depth, what I'm talking about, the depth of the dial. Look at how deep the dial is off the crystal. Look at how tall those indices are, the Applied Omega logo. The box around. This is something new on this one versus the old Aqua Terras that I've had, is the framed date window. But the date's also at 6 o'clock. So it gives the watch a little bit more symmetry, and it doesn't have a silly cyclops on it. Take away from it. There's breakfast. There's a picture the other day, a little bit better picture. And one of the cool things with this dial is, I'm not opposed to the teak dials that they've run on these watches for a long time, but it's kind of, in a way, kind of nice to see one without it. It looks good. the fume effect, but the dial is just has such depth. So the minute track is sunk a little bit off the dial, and it's kind of part of that darker fume with the turquoise. You can almost call that a jade. They call it turquoise, but it's almost like a jade color. And it takes on a little bit different hue in different lights. So when you're looking at it, I mean, and I like that it's very simple. You have Omega, the logo, and Seamaster above the handset, and below the handset, lower to give you a little bit of space to enjoy the color. A very simple coaxial master chronometer. No, this watch, versus the ones that I talked about, those are all 100-meter water resistance watches. This is 150 meters. Aqua Terra is literally sea and land. So you can actually do a little bit with this watch. It really could. This really is truly a boardroom to the beach, or beach to the boardroom kind of watch. It's got that kind of gravitas and specs. Gotta have the specs. But you see, like, you get a little bit different angle outdoors. You get a little bit different hue of the turquoise or the jade. It's just it changes in the different lights. It's really beautiful that way. Another thing I like is that the color is the star, not the shininess. So with the PVD coated handset and indices, and a little bit of a flatter lacquer on the green than you find on the black one, on the black lacquer, it's not quite. It actually isn't as shiny as the black one. It isn't. It doesn't have the pop and the stuff. But the watch is where you get your shine. Your center links, your case. All those polished pieces become where you get the shine. But what draws you in is that jade green dial, the turquoise dial. And you see, it just really does kind of. You get some close ups, so you can see every little piece of dust on your watch. These guys who take really good watch pictures really take their time to move that stuff around. Great stuff. Here's a little video I took. It's, kind of sometimes in a video you get a little bit better look of what's going on with a watch. There's 20 millimeters at the lugs, the fully polished case and bezel, the lyre lugs, which you guys know I love. The new crown. That crown works better. I don't know if it's just this watch or in general, this new one is going to work. It'll be a little bit easier to manipulate, but it really is. It's pretty slick. They've done a really nice job with it. And like I said, you kind of get a little, you take these videos and do different angles, get some stuff looking. The clasp is smaller than the old clasp. The bracelet is a little bit lighter. Like I said, when I first thought, I'm like, is it cheap? And I was like, no, it's lighter. It's not cheaper. It's lighter, and it drapes better on your wrist. It feels better. It's not adding unnecessary weight. I think part of that could be also I had been wearing the Planet Ocean a lot, and the Planet Ocean bracelet is heavy. Heavy. But again, 600 meters, it's the difference between a 150 meter go anywhere, do anything watch and a 600 meter dive watch. You're going to have a little bit heavier bracelet to hold that watch in place. It's just got to be that way because it's a bigger watch, it's a heavier watch. But yeah, I really think they've done a ton with this. So when I compare these, and I've looked at, I've owned 2 Day Just, I look at date just when I'm at an AD. I look at the OP because I consider the OP to be maybe the best value look. That or the Roller or the Explorer 40. There's a lot going on there. But when I look at those watches compared to this watch, and I think, what am I getting for my money on a Rolex over one of these watches? So we're going to pull up the old Rolex site here. Take a look at the watch in question. So 41 millimeters steel on steel. So first we'll go through some of the pictures. So one of the things you get when you do an Aqua Terra is you get 50 more meters of water resistance. Now, you lose 10 hours of power reserve. I believe this is a 60-hour power reserve, and those are rated at 70, although I've gotten more time out of mine. But there's another thing you pick up that you may not have thought about. Any thoughts on that? First, I want to check my upvotes here real quick. 13 upvotes. Let's get that up into the 20s, guys. We do appreciate that. All right, so when you look at this rendering of the back of the watch, obviously it's an Omega coaxial 8900 movement. Both same movement in the Planet Ocean. So first you get an exhibition case back. Now, is it the most beautiful movement that has ever been made in the history of man? No. Is it a handmade movement? No. Is it a good-looking movement, though, comparatively speaking? Yeah, absolutely it is. Is it kind of cool to be able to see it? Yeah, you pay a lot of money for this watch. Excuse me. We get a little bit lost in the fact that, it's easy to think about spending 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 20, 30, 40, 50, $100,000 for a watch. $5 or $6 grand is a lot of money for a watch these days. Any days. That's an expensive wristwatch. An Apple Watch, which does much more, is probably $300, $400, $500. So I want to see the movement. I like the exhibition back. That makes me happy. Another thing you get with this watch over the competition pre-mentioned is that this thing is rated to 15,000 Gauss anti-magnetism. This watch is essentially amagnetic. You're not going to inadvertently magnetize your watch. It's just not going to happen. Now, silicone hairspring runs with a quirky, a 25.5 beat rate, a little different than the standard 28.8, but it runs fine. They are very accurate. It's not going to lose time. Coaxial movement is not going to lose time. Could gain up to 5 seconds a day. This one, both of these have been running. I think this one was a second a day, and that one was dead nuts even. So for the Planet Ocean. The other thing you get, so you don't get the extra 10 hours of power reserve, but if your watch was sitting for 70 hours, if your Rolex or was sitting for that amount of time, there are 2 points at that watch where it is not going to be as accurate. And those being when it is fully wound, and as it comes down into that last extra 10 hours of power reserve you're getting. Actually probably more like 12. And when it's unwound, because there's single barrel movements. So you get the double barrel movement on this coaxial, which gives you, it evens out that span on your beat rate. So, and it makes the watch more accurate when it's fully wound and when it's unwinding. So your double barrel movement will be more accurate across that time. So for the 60 hours on this one, it will be more accurate than the 70 hours that you're getting, or 72 hours that you're getting on some of the other watches. So I always find that to be an interesting, when I learned about that, I always thought that was kind of interesting, because it made me think, is it does that make it better? I think so. Is it a drastic better? No. These are all watches in the kind of the same category. Um, I think the depth on the dial, I love those shark tooth indices, the handset. I really like everything about this watch. I love that second hand on this watch. That's one of the things they make those small seconds versions of the Aqua Terra as well, which are good looking watches, but you lose two things. You lose that beautiful second hand that you have on the just the standard, and although I'm not a big dial text guy, I like having coaxial and master chronometer on my watch, which you also lose when you do that. So there is some loss. But look at that dial. It's just gorgeous. Applied indices, applied logo, um, boxing in, framing the date window. Date window at 6. 6 o'clock dates are just, to me, look better because they're more symmetrical. There is no cyclops to ruin the effect. You have this new bracelet, the clasp, much smaller. Whoop. Jeez, oh Pete. These websites, I'm telling you, these watch manufacturer websites are astoundingly bad. But you have your comfort setting, and like you said, the comfort setting, I've seen videos and people talking about it like it was like the worst thing ever to be done. It actually doesn't really change the watch that much. Let's see. Evan G says, I'd rather have thinner than large power reserve. Yeah. So I don't know that you're getting thinner in Aqua Terra. I think they're similar, maybe thinner on a Rolex with the longer power reserve. But Sergio says, I like this watch. However, I would go up a notch and bag the Globemaster. I'm waiting to see what they're going to do with the Globemaster. It's due for a refresh. I think the Planet Ocean and the Constellation line in general are due for some stuff. And I'm hoping that they give us some of that. Globemaster, underappreciated. I'm not crazy about the tungsten bezel. Sometimes I look at it and I like it. Sometimes I look at it and it looks a little flat. Whereas a fluted bezel pops. The tungsten bezel mutes, if that makes sense. And the Globemaster, we'll go look at one here when we're done talking about this. But yeah. Frank Cannon in the chat. He says, I like the Aqua Terra. I have the first generation version. I prefer being able to see the movement, even if it's not highly decorated. Yeah, it's one of those things I'd rather be able to see it. My friends, my non-watch friends, if I show them a watch with a closed case back, there's always a little hint of disappointment on their face when they can't see the movement, because they're used to being able to see them when I show them. They think that's the coolest thing ever. I don't know. Evan G says, I either wear my watch for weeks in a row or wear a different watch for weeks in a row. Yeah, a lot of people are like that. So the power reserve doesn't matter that much. I kind of keep mine wound when I'm not wearing it for a while. I don't know if that's good or bad. I just give it a few winds in I don't overwind it. But so say I wasn't going to wear the Planet Ocean for a week. Every morning and evening, if there's a watch that I'm not wearing very much, I'll give it 10, 15 winds in the morning and in the evening, just out of habit. I don't know if it's a good habit or a bad habit. Nobody's really ever said anything. I don't know that I've ever shared that information for anyone to say. Um, the Cow Drinker says, I had the small seconds AT. You do lose some of the beauty of the Dow, and then the date interrupted the small seconds area. Yeah, we'll go look at that too. We're going to look at a few watches here today. I did want to go over a couple other little things. So that new comfort setting on the clasp is it's good. It in like I showed you, and I'll show you again for anybody who wasn't here earlier. Here, let me get a big, large picture of Mark. Woo! Look out. So, what's interesting about this thing, the way that this thing works, you push it in. Now, to make it bigger, you actually push in. I know that seems, oh, there's another sticker. It's 2 stickers we found today. All right. 2 clasp stickers. So you make it bigger by actually pushing it in. But what it adds, now my wrist isn't swollen, but normally on an Aqua Terra I would just be upset. But when you look at the back of it, when people talk about it online and they show these macro pictures and they blow it up and make it look horrible, it really doesn't affect the really even visually that much or the wearing experience at all. It's just literally a way to make the watch more comfortable. A watch that wasn't comfortable in the heat before. And again, you pull it out to take that back away. And then boom. And then it's on. But yeah, it's just so much more comfortable. John D says sometimes a closed case back feels better than seeing the movement, even if the movement is highly decorated. It's a classic design touch. I like having the diamonds on the inside, so only you know. The secret sauce. Like I said, I judge it by my buddies and their wives who enjoy when I show them the movement. It's just something else to talk about to non-watch people who say, "Hey," because they'll ask about stuff. Well, what is that? What does it do? What is this part? What is that? You know, what are jewels? What are the barrels? What is it? You know, you get a little couple minutes of talking to people who generally don't want to hear about your watch. But John D runs through 2 to 3 watches daily. I've had those days. I've had those days. I understand. Um, it happens. You know, it really depends on what you're doing. We got 15 upvotes, 16 people in the room. It means a couple of you haven't upvoted. So if you think about it, please do. We do appreciate it. If you're not a subscriber, please do that. And if you want to know when we're doing these shows, because it's a little, you know, not just the Sunday for a little bit, hit the notification. I'm not a big guy, the guy that comes on and says, you gotta hit the bell. Nah, but just if you enjoy it and you want to make sure that you're notified, then yeah, do that because they're doing them at different times. That's all. All right, want to get a little bit of technical data before we move on. So yes, 150 grams. A very light watch. Like you said, the bracelet, when I first felt it, I thought it's a little cheap, but no, it's not cheap. It's light. It's done very well. It's done very light. So just boom. Obviously self-winding, caliber 8900, 60 hour power reserve. We did that. Dome, scratch resistant, sapphire crystal with the anti-reflective treatment on both sides, which I like. I know some people are like, oh, don't do the top. I've never scratched one. So I don't know. Just under 48 lug to lug. So it wears at a John D approved level, 13.3. So it is a little, it's not thin. It's not like a 10 or 11 thick, but it's not big either. Yeah. 20 millimeters before the lugs, or between the lugs. And you get all your strap options. Obviously, it's anti-magnetic. You get the 5-year warranty. You get 10 years between services. Excuse me. This cold is going to get me. You do get You have less wear, less friction, less oils involved. The watch will last longer. 150 meters worth of water resistance. So you're getting an extra 50 meters worth of water resistance, extra 50 meters worth of pressure protection, and 0 to +5 on the warning, running at 3.5 hertz. And your master chronometer coaxial 8900. So we did want to go look at, well, while we're in the Seamaster range, we mentioned them. Excuse me, guys. Wow. Yeah, this cold has been doing everything it can to try and trip me up. So, first off, I mean, I've owned a few of these. This is the one I had the longest. I'll just show this real quick just for these sheets and giggles. That's the old bracelet, and it's just not as nice uh, of a wearing experience. But that was a great watch. If they, that was probably one of the most complimented watches I ever had. The rendering here does not do the dial justice. Now this has of course, the teak pattern dial, and the blue. They were kind of a polished blue handset and indices that really caught the light. It was a beautiful watch. People love that watch. But the other one, I looked at it, I'm like, boy, because they had a pair of them at the AD. Where is it? Here. The small seconds. Again, a beautiful dial watch. The Seamaster Aqua Terra small seconds. Really cool watch. A couple things I didn't care for on this watch. Let's see. Are these babies still whining about the new Speedy being 42 millimeters like the Pro hasn't been that size forever? Yes. Yeah, I'm sure there will be lots of whining about that. Gen G. John D says, for a sporty, dressy crossover watch, the AT really has lots of versatility and is adequately robust for a do-it-all if you only own a small collection. Yeah, it really very robust watch. So we cover a lot of the anti-magnetism, the extra 50 meters of pressure, water resistance, that type of thing. There's a lot. There are a lot of advantages to the watch. Now, this small seconds always intrigued me because I kind of, in some ways, I like it. In some ways, I hate it when you look at it. But here's a good big picture of it. So we'll look at that. So the small seconds obviously adds the small seconds. One of the things that I love about the Aqua Terra is the traditional three-hander is the second hand. The second hand's beautiful on that watch. And I know Brian hates that there's only an arrow on the minute hand, a broad arrow on the minute hand, not on the hour hand, but I'm okay with that on this watch. I think it would take up a little bit too much. I actually would be okay if they even didn't do either in a broad arrow on this watch. But I like the sunken minute track. But so the small seconds on this watch is cool because it is aesthetically something to look at, but it's also intrusive. The date intrudes into the small seconds window, being at 6 o'clock. So that's where the 6 o'clock date actually doesn't pay, which I normally like a 6 o'clock date. And then I like, I think on the back of this, do they show the back of this watch? Let's just go pull one up because they had both of these at the AD. All right, so let's take a look at the back. So one of the things on the back of this watch is instead of Aqua Terra 150 millimeters, 500 feet, you also have to have the coaxial master chronometer labeling on the back of the watch. And I kind of like that little bit of text on the front that you lose on the small seconds. Yeah, so I can see that. So McAllister says the ring around the small seconds area was too distracting for him, and I can see where that would be a thing because it's especially on that blue one where it's really a different color. So like on this, I think I pulled up the other one. Yeah, so it's not quite as bad on the silvery white dial, whatever they're calling this one. With the PVD markers, but it is a little bit of a distract. It is a little different, but when you look at it on some of the other ones, let's go. I mean, like this one, like the blue one, beautiful, beautiful watch, but you know, it is there. You know, it is a little intrusive, if you will, looking. And then on this blue, this gray, like the small seconds version of the one that I had for all those years. Jeez, oh Pete, look at that. Now that really does take away from the dial, and it really takes away from the Teakwood dials, especially that they've always been known for. So it is a little bit of a distraction. The small seconds hand, yeah. The regular seconds hand is beautiful. The sweep of the regular seconds hand is much more calming. Excuse me. John D says the Aquaterra keeps closest to the original 1950s version of the Seamaster. I agree 100%. I've heard people argue in the past that they should take the Seamaster logo off the Aquaterra and just write Aquaterra on it. I'm like, no, you don't get it. This is really the true throwback of the line to the original Seamasters. Yeah, they were just waterproof watches back then. But you lose some. But I did want to go look at the Globemaster because our friend Sergio was saying he would do that. I'm waiting for them to do something to the Globemaster before I want to reconsider that watch. The Globemaster, for those of you who don't know the confusion of the Omega website, so like in a Seamaster, if you want to look at a Railmaster, you go into the Heritage models here, but you have to go to the Constellation models to find a Globemaster. There's a couple of things I would love to see refreshed. That being the Globemaster Constellation line and the Railmaster line. I'd like to see something. I would like to see the Railmaster go back to looking. I would like to see them do a Railmaster in the Dirty Dozen style watch that they produced for the British military during World War II. So the Globemaster, the dreaded, lovely Globemaster. So there's a couple things I don't like. A, it's 39 millimeters. I know, John D. I know smaller watches are the wave of the future. As a nod to the past, I get it. A lot of people like that size. So I'm losing 2 millimeters of watch off my giant wrist. The tungsten bezel it doesn't have a ton of pop, really. So for me, it loses a little bit that way. I love the pie pan dial though, and the handset's a little plainer. The second hand is just, very plain. And it's all just, to me, it's kind of a muted version. So what do you, to me, at a more expensive watch, $1,300 more watch, what am I getting in or losing? I'm gaining the pie pan dial, which is kind of cool and a real cool nod. I'm gaining a tungsten bezel, which isn't going to scratch, and I get all that, but I'm losing 2 millimeters worth of size. Um, I'm losing the interesting handset that I like. I'm losing the lyre lugs. When you look at this watch compared to the other, you really lose on the lugs on that. No, we're not only good. John D says, I own a 1958 Seamaster, which has the same small seconds as that current AT, so it's got greater historical accuracy than any of the other variants. Dated 6 or dated 3. Yeah, I like the dated 6. Don't say you're losing anything. You're gaining superior proportions. Yes, John D thinks I'm gaining proportionately better watch than the alternative Aqua Terra. So there is that to be considered. But I'm losing. Hold on. Get back over there. So, do they have a good picture of the back of this thing? You do gain the observatory. I can't believe they don't have a picture of the back of this. Let's try the white one. And again, it's a beautiful watch. Yeah, they don't really put a picture of the back. So you gain the observatory piece on the back. I'm not sure why this watch is so much more expensive. Let's look at the technical data. I mean, it's definitely smaller. You're losing a little over 2 millimeters of your lug to lug. You're also losing about a half a millimeter of thickness. Losing 39 millimeters of diameter. You're losing 50 meters of water resistance. This is only a 100-meter watch. You're gaining 13 grams of weight. So I don't know. I mean, for me, all the things that I love about the Aqua Terra are a little bit changed on this watch. But I love the pipe hand dial. I would love to see them update this line a little bit. I think that there's a lot that they could do there. It's just sort of been the same. But I mean, it's a beautiful watch, but it's a different watch. So again, let me go through it. I'll try not to say losing, but you are losing some stuff on this. Obviously the size, same between the lugs, 20 millimeters. The lug to lug is a little bit shorter. It's coming in just under 47 instead of just under 48. It's like 1.2 millimeters difference. You're losing 0.7 in thickness. Excuse me. It is 2 millimeters smaller across. It's only 100-meter water resistance, so it's not the 150-meter because it's not in the Seamaster line. It's in the Constellation line. It is heavier. Same movement, the 8900. I can't believe they don't show the back of this thing on here. It's terrible. Because the Constellation thing is one of the things that makes the watch cool. Here, and they do it on they show it on the leather strap version, so you can at least see what I'm talking about. Maybe if they want to load, so you get this little Constellation observatory, from the Constellation line piece on the back of the movement. It's kind of cool. The same movement, different water resistance, still 15,000 Gauss anti-magnetic. I mean, it's got all the stuff you want, but it's just a little bit different. I never noticed this. You know what else you lose? Yeah, and probably why you lose the water resistance. I don't think I ever really, I've never really looked that closely at the Globemaster. So you're losing your water resistance probably because of these suckers. Look at these 4 screws. You don't have a screw in case back. You have a screw down case back. I've never really noticed it. Well, I noticed the lugs because I love, love, love Omega Lyre lugs. We know that. So yeah, that's huh. Yeah, can't believe I've really never put that together before. Never really looked at it that closely. Probably because I look at the watch and I think I like it. I wish it was, the size of the Aquaterra. I wish it had the lugs that I like on the Aquaterra. I wish it had the water resistance I like on the Aquaterra. To me, the Aquaterra is a little bit superior. It has a lot of superiority at $1,300 less list on the bracelet. And that's a big deal. And I probably never really looked at the leather versions of this that much, so I'm not looking at, obviously they don't show the case back on those other ones, but it's a good looking piece. You have to like. I wish that I love that pipe hand dial. I think that's just classic looking. I could take or leave the constellation star. That's we complain about that on the Longines when they put the 5 stars. I'm going to complain a little bit about it on the Globemaster with the 1 star. Sorry, guys. Complaint department. We are taking complaints. Anyone has a complaint, please lodge it now. But yeah, that's I never understood why it was more expensive because honestly, so this was $7,500 on the leather. I think it was $7,900. Yeah, $7,900. Smaller watch, less water resistance, no lyre lugs. When I look at that and I compare that to the Aqua Terra at $6,600 retail with the lyre lugs, with the 150 meters worth of water resistance. With the handset that I like better. For me, it's a no-brainer, but it really depends on what you like. And then it just becomes, do you like that kind of fluted tungsten bezel on the other one? Jen G says, I think they should do star indices on the Globemaster like they did on the Rolex. Yeah, that would be cool. Something different. It's a much plainer looking watch. I mean, it's much more of a class. It looks much more like a classic dress watch than the sporty alternative that the Aquaterra is. I just never understood that. When I look at it, I think you just look at the specs and the case, I think you're getting more in the Aquaterra for less money. Like if you said, well, you could get a Seamaster 300, it's less expensive than Aquaterra. I can explain that the 8900 movement gives you a little bit more. I'm not sure what I'm getting for my $1,300. What am I getting? Sergio, if you're still out there, you like the Globemaster. What is it? What is it that I'm getting for the 1,300? And I'm not asking this like sarcastically or to be a dick or anything like that. I'm just asking because is there something that I'm missing, or is it just aesthetics alone? And do you agree that the watch needs some sort of a refresh? Which is one of the cool things with the with this and the new bracelet is it feels like a different watch than the other Aquaterras I've worn that I've owned. It just the bracelet really makes this thing, and like I said, it feels light. When I first felt it, I thought, "Is that cheaper bracelet? Is it a cheaper bracelet?" No, it's a lighter bracelet. It fits better. It looks better. It has the comfort setting, so that you at least have some sort of something for a hot day, which is nice. A nice option you didn't have. It may not be the best option. It may not be the best application of it, but I love the dial. I love the bracelet. I love the new clasp. I'm a big fan. I'm not gonna lie. I always have been. I always will be. an Aqua Terra apologist. You know, for years I wanted, it was a kind of a one and done for me. And at the time when I bought the gray with the blue, I had a lot of options. This was pre-COVID, 2018. I could walk in and buy an OP or a Date Just or Explorer 30, 39 at the time. So those were all options, probably Mark 18 back then. Uh, as far as the IWC counterparts, there's some Grand Seikos that are close. But there were a lot of options and a lot of availability at the time, and I picked an Aqua Terra. I think I made the right choice. But I'm a big fan. I'm a big Omega fan. I'm a big Aqua Terra fan. So if there's something that I'm missing in the Globemaster, please, if somebody's a Globemaster fan, please let me know. I don't see what I'm getting for the extra money. And I hate to say losing things, but I'm losing 50 meters worth of water resistance, and I'm losing my lyre lugs that I love. So, those two things are definitely losses. The other watch that I would love to see them do something with. I'm not a big fan of this Seamaster 300. It needs something. It's missing something. I hate that lollipop seconds. There's just something to me I don't care for on the watch. But the Railmaster, I would love to see them do something with the Railmaster. I would love to see this watch. I think if they did this watch, and so this one right in between, this is a 40 millimeter watch. You do get the lyre lugs. I mean, there's some stuff. Closed case back on this one. But I would love to see them turn this watch into kind of a throwback to the Dirty Dozen watch that they produced for the British military. I think that would be super, super cool. Oh, Humble Pine. Welcome to the chat. Thank you, sir, for the $20 super chat. And he says congrats on the AT. I almost pulled the trigger on the 38 millimeter Saffron. May still do it. Cheers. That is gorgeous. They had one of those in the case. I really wish that I liked the way at 38. I just, I don't talk about my big wrists as a way of going, oh, I got big wrists. Because sometimes it's depressing because there's watches that I just don't like the way that they look on my. Now, Father Artifact has that saffron Aqua Terra. I always thought it would be the terracotta out of those shades models that would be the big winner, but I think I was wrong because when you see it in person, there's so much polish on these new cases that when you see I'm going to pull it up here. Go. There it is. The Aqua Terra shades. Saffron. This pretty sure it's saffron, isn't it? It's hard to tell sometimes. Yeah, saffron dial. It's a brass dial, lacquered, sunbrushed. So you get the sunbrush finish on this. You lose a little bit of power reserve. You go down to the single barrel 8800. You lose the quick set hour, but what you gain is this dial. Let me pull this thing up. This dial on that watch, Humble Pine. I hate these websites. Is amazing. It's really a beautiful, beautiful watch, and it has the new bracelet. It doesn't have the comfort setting on these ones, but it is the new. This is where they launched the new bracelet. Actually, the first time you got to see it. And bracelet looks amazing. When the bracelet is amazing. What did you think of the feel of it, Humble Pine? Like I said, it feels light. When I first felt it, I thought yeah, it was a black lacquer one that I felt it on, I think, and I was like, oh, is that cheap? But no, then you put it on, you're like, no, it's light and comfortable is what they did, and it's just an amazing piece. I thought the dials on these shades versions are amazing. When you see them in person, I always thought that the terracotta, the red, would be the winner out of that. But then you see this saffron dial, and you're just like, whoa, that's a beautiful watch. I mean, they just really, really did a nice job. Yeah, he said it does feel smooth. I agree. It's light, but yeah, but it's actually when you wear it, you're like, oh, it's light. Like like I said at first, I thought, is it cheap? But then you wear it and you're like, no, no, it's light. And there's a difference between light and cheap. You know, light is just, it's just the wearability of it is amazing. The versatility of it. Uh, Saffron, agree. Yeah, Saffron, it just was the winner. I thought when I first saw them, when they announced them, and it took forever to get them in the ADs and to be able to see. I thought the red was going to be the one, but I have, hold on, because when I was at Teddy's place, geez, that's like 2 months ago now. Seems like forever that I was at the Teddy Baldessar's. The tiny wristed rat bastard Teddy Baldessar. He was howling when I told him about that. But I tried on this. He had the terracotta. And the pictures aren't great because all the watches still had plastic on them, and I'll share this picture. And John D's going to be like, look, it looks fine on your wrist, Mark. I thought that was going to be the winner. It's the odious balderdash. When I saw the initial renderings and pictures and videos and stuff, but no, it's the saffron. The sunburst saffron is so much better, and this is a beautiful watch. Um, but there's just oh no, my chat has been invaded. Hashtag tiny wrists matter. I love it. That's great. But yeah, that's so when you're looking at this stuff, you're like, geez, you see the renderings and you see the pictures, and like Frank says, he still prefers the red and he thinks saffron is nice. When I saw when I first saw the saffron in person, I was like, whoa. Actually, the first time I thought that I was like, that looks beautiful was when Father Artifact, when Dear Artifact unboxed Father Artifacts. I thought, wow, because when you see him in an in-person video and stuff, you're like, oh geez, that's really nice. But yeah, that's just I love that saffron dial. I think is just beautiful on this. I thought they did the sunburst on that so nice. um it's one of the ones that works better with all the shiny stuff. Some of them, like the black lacquer and the red lacquer, even to an extent, almost too shiny. It's almost too much polish. Whereas the saffron, even though it's a sunburst, it's hard to explain until you actually see the dang thing in person. But it's an impressive. Why do these websites do this? I don't understand. There we go. But that bracelet, the polished case, the saffron. The saffron to me was the winner when in person. Really, really thought it was well done. So hopefully you end up getting that one. It's a great piece. I mean, you've got a great collection anyway, but that's a great addition. And like I said, I forever an Aqua Terra apologist. You know, give me liar lugs any day of the week. I don't know if Sergio's still around. I'm still kind of curious. And Luke, I don't want to buy another watch. I know. Do you still have the JLC? Saw that you had picked up that JLC. That beautiful new one of those newer Globe ones. Those are cool watches too. Sometimes I miss my Polaris, sometimes I don't. But that newer one with all the really beautiful watch. Nobody needs another watch or wants to buy another watch. We have to. You have to do it. Needs to be done. Like I said, a little disappointed when I went into the Omega boutique and did not see any knowledgeable people. Did not run across anyone that knew anything about watches. That's a shame. You know, it really comes down to it. I'm like, damn, dude, really? Do I really? I mean, I know a lot. I know I study a lot of stuff, but I shouldn't know that much more than your sales staff. Oh, you gifted that one to your father-in-law. It's a beautiful watch. It's really kind of different and good looking. Good morning, Boston Collector. Always good to see Boston Collector on the streams. And anybody who wants to jump on, the link is pinned at the top. We do accept visitors. And like I said, we'll be doing couple of these daytime morning shows. Is 9:30 a good time for you guys? I don't know. I'd switch it up a little bit from the Sunday show. Whilst I have the time, I do enjoy doing this. I won't. Again, I mean, explain. I feel like I'm always explaining the rules for anybody that may be new. You know, while I have the time to do this, I don't want to do it every day like I was doing it on the community stream in the past, because then it just becomes like that's the thing you do every day. I've got to do other stuff. I've got to put aside some time just for. I think it's important, especially in my business. You know, when you're in a retail sales manager like I've been for a long time, you want to put your face in front of people too. You know, it's an in-person sale. So if you reduce it to just sending resumes or doing applications and not doing any kind of personal follow-up, it's like Boston Collector not bringing the pastries. You have to bring the pastries. In my case, I need to bring the lucha. Evan G says, "Oh man, I probably know more than pretty much any of the salespeople I interface with. Sometimes it's because I just research the piss out of everything, but increasingly, it's lazy salespeople. It's lazy salespeople. I don't mind if they don't know everything, or if maybe I know a little, some more just because I've researched it. You know, when these watches come out, we talk about them, and so yeah, we're gonna have a certain amount of knowledge, but it's bothersome when um, they don't know really anything, and you run into that. Like I said, they're impressed as hell to see this thing at an Omega boutique, at a Watches of Switzerland, which is our Omega boutique store here in Pittsburgh. They and then they were asking me questions about, like, they announced the watch in the middle of December. I believe if I go back and look, let's see here. I believe this was the day that the watch was announced. On December 12th, I posted this picture on my Instagram with the caption, "Dear Omega, take my money, please." So it's not like it just showed up, It showed up. I don't know what an Addie's dive watch is. I'll look one up. I'll look it up. I don't know. ADD? Yeah, ADD. Yes. Addie's dive watches. Let's take a peek here. I don't care. We'll look at anything here. These look like they look like some sort of Japanese watch, but let's just take a look at one and see if it says anything in the specs. $79. I'm really going full on. I think this is a Chinese watch. Let's look at full product details. MYH2 is the model. Oh, it's an H35, so it's got a Japanese movement in it. Yeah, it's his. Definitely Asian. I'm not sure sure where, but was I sharing that? No, I didn't share that. Here's what he's talking about, or a version of it. But yeah, this kind of fleegery looking one here, 200-meter water resistance, and like strap or bracelet. And like I said, when you look up here in the movements, it's NH35 movement, synthetic sapphire crystal glass, 39 millimeter case diameter. Yeah, I it's some sort of age. I'm not sure where, but it is what it is. Yeah, that looks like the some of those watches you get. You know, it's funny. I've had what was that watch I bought for the $100 wristwatch challenge? It was a Bernie. It was a Bernie diver. Super compressor looked a lot like the JLC, like the that green JLC Polaris. But yeah, I got that for $100, and that was actually a decent little watch for under $100. Some of them are deals, some of them aren't. You know, if you're looking at that type of thing. But I would imagine that they're made in China, but I'm not sure. It's definitely using the Japanese movement. Yeah. H35 is a Seiko movement. Kind of depends on what you're looking for. What is it that you guys are looking for? So has anybody been able to figure out what I'm missing on this Globemaster Aqua Terra deal? Because I can't figure it out, and I'm not asking to be like, I got the Aqua Terra, it's better. I'm asking because I don't understand why the Aqua Terra is $1,300 less on the bracelet than the Globemaster. And again, I'm just going to run down the stuff here. The Globemaster does not have the lyre lugs that I love. Does not have the water resistance. You know, it's 50 meters less than water resistance. Yeah, the dial and the bracelet and stuff. I mean, you're picking up that tungsten bezel. Is tungsten that expensive these days? Maybe $1,300 more. I don't know. I don't know. Interesting. I'll leave that to you guys. I'll leave that to and someone who's a Globemaster fan. Please, if you know, let me know. I'm truly curious. I'm not trying to be an ass about it. I just don't know. I think I think you're getting a smaller watch with less specs. So is it just the tungsten bezel? Because that seems to be what you're picking up. I don't know. I'd be interested to hear what you guys have to say. Obviously, you know, we started with my latest version of the French omelet. Today, love a breakfast. Love starting with breakfast. You guys know why we started, how this whole breakfast phenomenon started, right? For those of you that might be newer here, this started. I was doing those daily live streams on the community channel for like 53 days in a row or whatever it was I did. And what I noticed was that I would start a topic and then people would start joining the show and joining the chat, you know, later, you know, like 10, 15 minutes in or whatever. And I felt like I had to go back. So I decided, why don't we talk about what I had for breakfast that morning while we're waiting for people to join the show. Excuse me. So that was the whole deal there. That's how the breakfast started. But like I said, the tomato, you had to doctor up that tomato because the tomatoes are out of season. They're just not as flavorful. So I had a couple different hot sauces, a couple splashes of Worcestershire sauce, kind of macerated it in that a little bit to break down some of those fibers. So I let that sit while I was cooking everything else. is sort of break down some of those tougher winter tomato fibers and give it a little bit of flavor because not a ton of flavor on that. Jen G says looks delicious. Thank you, Jen G. And there was a sprouted grain, or that was the Tuscan bread, and then the turkey. I've been doing a lot of turkey sausage lately. I don't know why. And maybe because it was on sale. I don't know. And then the egg, a little bit lighter. But even with the eggs and even eggs and toast, you're making your own food. It is so much better for you to cook for yourself. You can, if you have the time to make some stuff, do as much of it as you can. I'm not saying every meal, but the garbage that they put in your food. Ooh, I'm not like one of these huge, RFK junior conspiracy theorists or anything like that, but a lot of garbage that goes into your food. And I just think you feel better when you're eating less processed food. I say that with turkey sausage on the thing, but it is what it is. Boston Collector.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good. Figured I'd join you for a little bit.
I appreciate that. So what's on? What is? I haven't seen you show anything. Is there anything on your radar?
For watches?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's stuff coming, but
Okay.
I'm just being patient.
Nice. It's a
I
virtue. It's a virtue
yeah,
for a
yeah,
reason.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's not for lack of effort or trying. It's
Cool.
just sometimes you get to a place where you have to wait a little bit
Hmm.
for the next thing, and it's kind of where I'm at right now.
Did, did you like my job search analogy about putting myself out there in front? It's like Boston bringing the pastries.
Yeah, exactly.
people
Keep
people
doing it.
gotta know.
Yeah, yeah.
I know you're interested. Keep moving.
Oh, no, yeah, there's stuff on the horizon. I've been preparing for it. I've been kind of figuring out what's gonna stay and what's gonna go. So
Okay.
that's always a fun
Yeah.
process. Yeah, I kind of trimmed down a little bit, I'd say. I think consolidation, you actually like buy something else, but um yeah, I'm trimming down to get ready for
So,
some new pieces. So
very cool.
yeah,
Exciting.
it's part of the process. It's painful though.
It's hard.
It's painful, especially I feel like the painful part is like you get to a point where you have, you know, get to a lot of watches and then you're like, ooh, I need to really trim some of these down, but you kind of like them, and you've
Oh yeah,
already like
for reasons.
trimmed down to get to that point too. So then it's like, you're trimming. It's easy to get rid of watches when you're like, okay, that didn't work out.
Yeah.
But it's hard when you're like, I just need to go reduce the number. And yeah, I think that's a little tougher when you
It,
have to get
it,
rid of something you like.
yeah, it's true. When you move on
And it's
from
okay to get rid of stuff that you're wearing, even, I think.
yeah,
I think sometimes we're like, but I wear that all the time. But it's like, yeah, but if you're getting a new watch that you want to wear all the time, even more,
right.
it's okay to let go of something.
Hmm.
So, and
Hey,
I think when it comes to collecting too, not many of us are buy and hold forever. It's about the experience, and I think sometimes we forget that, like, there's a value to experiencing watches, not
experience
just
watches and
buying and owning them forever or some kind of monetary gain from them. I
yeah,
think
yeah.
that
It is
that's
the old saying: the journey can be its own reward sometimes.
right. I mean, like, how boring would it be if I'll give an example, like, how boring would it be if you're like right now, okay, let's say that you got a Panda Daytona and it
Mhm.
was the first watch you got from the AD,
Yeah,
and you have that, 15K that you put into that, and then you have that watch for 20 years, okay?
Mm-hmm.
and it goes up and it's worth $40,000, let's say,
Okay.
okay, after the 20 years, and you wear that watch for 20 years, and then you sell it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that really better than trading that watch and having for 20 years spending time with 150 different watches,
Right.
right? Like, and maybe you end up 30 at 30,000 instead of 40,000. But like, you know what I mean? Like, I think
No, I
sometimes
know
we're
exactly
like,
what you're saying.
we're trying to maximize something that shouldn't really be maximized
Yeah.
sometimes.
So Keselowitz says, I feel like once you've owned a watch for 5 years, it becomes harder to get rid of. You have stories and memories with the watch. Sentimental value goes up.
Yeah, I think that that is a thing, but remember, I think that everybody puts their own rules in place.
True.
So you can break your own rules or you can make your own rules with that. There's no hard and fast rule that you have to make memories with something, and that obviously like that watch can remind you of stuff.
Wait a second. I just
Yeah.
got on WhatsApp a rule book from the original OC. He said, these are the rules.
Oh, really?
No, I'm kidding.
He has rules. Um,
These are the rules. You have to
he's
follow
a-
these rules.
no, but like I think sometimes we make these artificial rules and then like, well, if I if I get married in this watch, I have to keep that watch forever,
Yeah.
right? And it's like you can. That's a rule, but you know, it's
Is
your
it a
own
rule
personal
or a
rule.
justification?
Well, it's like, did you keep the suit that you wore? Did you keep the socks that you wore? Do you have the same shoes? Right? Like, do you have the sunglasses that you wore? Like how far are you gonna go with this?
Right.
And it's like, oh, some people are very staunch sentimental too, and they'll say like, well, I can't sell my house. I have all these memories in there, and
Yeah.
you know whatever. And it's like, I know that's a hard thing for people, but
I
it's
can't
also
wait.
your own rules for it. So
Yeah, I can't wait for house selling day.
yeah, I mean, I think that, if you think about historically, the mind of a collector is different than the mind of like a normal person too with this stuff. And we tend to make like kind of strange rules, but like,
Well, yeah, we bend it to where we needed to be at that moment.
yeah, some guy with a gold watch back in the day would buy the watch, he'd keep it, he'd service it, and then eventually he'd be like, you know what, this thing isn't doing, I think I deserve to treat myself, and he'll buy another gold watch and maybe melt that one down or get rid of it, or it'll sit in a drawer and he'll move on to the next watch. And that's
Hmm.
just, that's more normal to say because, the other thing is we have the advantage now of like pictures and experiences, and
Yeah.
like you can hold on to like, oh, I like, it'll never get taken away from you that you owned a particular watch either.
Hmm.
Like, just because you've moved on from it doesn't mean you didn't enjoy it and you didn't have that experience with the watch as well. So you can kind of choose your own adventure with that stuff. But
Right. And sometimes things change. Like I just had a change, so I made the decision to throw some rainy day money, trade the super racing for some cash and a watch,
yeah,
and put some money away.
right,
I'm good with that.
right,
I love the super racing. I'll probably get another one eventually, but at the moment, it
right.
seems silly to have it.
Yeah,
And when I looked at the side by side, I'm like, well, this is fiscally the better decision, and I can mentally wrap my mind around it because I'm still getting a new watch that I like.
right.
You know what I mean? So it's not like I'm not
Yeah.
having any watches. It was just the way to be. Buckley asks how Keselowitz is doing with the fires, and Keselowitz says, "Thanks for asking. I'm all good. I have several friends that lost everything. Crazy time. That's terrible.
Oh,
It's,
yeah, it's terrible.
it's a brutal way to lose it." Willie asked earlier. Willie 357 asked if it's safe to buy an Omega on Chrono 24. Again, you're buying the buyer as much as you're buying the watch.
The answer to that is absolutely not.
Yeah.
And it's not because it's not safe. It's that you definitely can get a better deal than Chrono 24 on an Omega, I would venture to guess. Unless it's like some super rare, expensive, whatever. I'm
And
pretty
I
sure
would
that you can get.
recommend, I'm going to throw a quick shout out. I'm not getting paid for this, but I am going to say these guys, Joyce's Jewelers in Uniontown, uh, an hour away from me. And they have a Globemaster too, but they always have a great selection of Omegas, and they will work
Mhm.
on the deal. I think you get a better deal off these guys. And unlike many people you deal with in the watch industry,
Yeah,
um, these guys are actually the two guys that run the watch department at this jeweler are
yeah,
are, are watch guys, and I
yeah.
like that. That to
That's
me
nice.
that makes a big difference.
Yeah,
And I
yeah, I
always
would say for Omega to, you know, there are a lot of fakes out there too, so you have
yeah
to watch out for that. So I'd either go through it. I mean, how much money are you going to save on an Omega?
right
You could go through the authorized dealer, or you can go to like a Nashville Watch or one of those,
right.
that you'll probably get a better price, but or European or European watch company. But maybe if he puts which model in the chat, we can point him in the right direction. But
What he's looking for. But yeah, there's a number of different ways to go. I haven't looked at National in a few days. Let's go see what they have. We'll go good European.
I will say I do miss my Bond Seamaster.
Dude,
Yeah. I mean, it was just like it's just a nice watch. Like
yeah.
it's very versatile and it's a great vacation watch, I
Mm-hmm.
think. Um, so yeah, actually, uh yeah, I have a buddy of mine that I helped to get one and he's got the watch.
Okay.
And it's like, oh,
You
it's
see,
cool to see it, but
like,
it's
I
like,
remember that watch. I like that watch.
yeah, it's a good watch.
Buckley says he heard the winds are getting stronger today.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yep.
I feel bad for those people.
Yep. Yeah, it's a
I can't imagine, I mean, California, Florida,
yeah.
and eventually it's going to start affecting the rest of us in our homeowners rates. But the fact that in a lot of cases, there's insurance companies won't even insure your home. Like, how do you even get a mortgage without homeowners insurance?
Yeah.
It's like question two. What I
Right. Right.
mean? That's just insane. Just insane. Boy, he's did that.
Yeah, I feel like the situation right now is really kind of tricky for people. Like I don't I mean I know why we got here, how we
Yeah.
got here, but I just feel like it's so tricky to navigate financially what's going on. It's really tough because it's like people have these homes that they've been in for 40 years and now it's like, hey, you don't get insurance. And then you're like, huh?
Huh?
Like, how come I can't get insurance on this home
Having
I've
my
had for
policy.
40 years and had insurance and never had a problem with anything?
Right.
And then, it's numbers and they've calculated out the cost for them if something happened and the money just keeps going up and up on these houses and
Well,
yeah,
that's the other part of it is the expense of the
right,
property values has gone up so high that
right.
that's another thing.
It's funny, I don't know exactly, when you get your housing situation or whatever. But the my parents, when they bought, it was 18%,
Yeah.
back in the late 70s, for their mortgage. So they always were like, oh, you pay off the whole thing, pay down your mortgage. And then when you retire, you have a lower payment. It's like, great. But I feel like with these houses and the way that the values have gone up, they nail you on the taxes, they nail you on the insurance, the fees to the cost of maintaining a home
He's-
construction is
Yeah.
stupid high, right?
Yep.
So you almost need to refinance your house and pull that equity out. Like you're just sitting on this equity that's doing nothing for you
Exactly.
besides lowering your payment, but you have all these expenses. So it's like you're gonna be forced to use that equity
Mm-hmm.
to pay for those things. So realistically, like you're always gonna have a mortgage, right?
100%.
So it's like it's just another form of renting. It's just your payments are different and you have equity built up that you can utilize. But um yeah, it's almost like forced savings too.
Yeah.
But it's just a tough situation for people. I know a lot of people that like their houses are just like falling apart around them, and they've put it off because it's been expensive, but it's just getting more expensive to fix them.
Right. And
So
then they when they come to do, they do the home inspection. They're like,
yeah,
wow,
yeah,
before we can
yeah.
do this,
You need
this
to do this, that, and the other thing. Yeah,
where
no,
this refi, we need to have all this stuff fixed.
right,
Then
right,
back yourself into yet another corner
right.
in a lot of ways. But it looks like blue skies again there in California, which is good. That's what it says. They have a shitload of firefighters now from all over. The hotel down the street from me had 40 fire trucks there with out of town
Yeah,
firefighters coming in. And Johnson EDC, you should follow him on Instagram and for your everyday carry needs and political talk. He says the problem is the insurance company saw how California was doing less than nothing for fire prevention. I saw a guy who was talking about California, and I'm not even talking about the water situation,
right.
okay? But he said that part of the problem is that when a tree is standing upright, it's drawing water from the ground, it's healthy. The problem
Mm,
is all these trees that have come down and fallen over, and they don't clean them out,
mm,
and then
yep,
it becomes like tinder, and that's where he said that's
right.
where the fires really start. Is from they don't clean up the leaves, they don't clean up the trees that have fallen,
Mm,
branches, and that's where a lot of these fires how they not only start but become so huge. Is that
right,
there's no cleanup operation on that type of stuff, which makes sense. It
right.
makes sense when he said it. I'm not here to verify his facts, but it
Yeah, yeah,
made sense, the way he
yeah.
explained it. He was actually Canadian. He said that was the problem with. Remember the fires like a year and a half, 2 years ago?
Yeah, yeah, by the artifacts, right? They
Yeah,
had a
yeah.
bunch of fires. Yeah.
We had all that smoke coming down here from them. But yeah, he said that was the biggest problem there.
Yeah.
Uh, was that, and
That they're not maintaining the brush,
yeah,
like cleaning out. You know, but that's another one of those problems, okay? If you're an older person, and you've bought this house years ago and it's gone up in value, but like in that area, how expensive is it to hire people to clean out the brush? Like it's got to be big bucks to keep that going,
I
And
had that that tree come down last summer.
yeah,
That 200-year-old tree. I mean, the house was built in 1882. I'm sure that tree was either planted when they built the house, or I mean, it was
right.
huge, you know,
Yeah.
uh, or it was
I
there
mean,
before.
some of these people must be paying 50 to 100,000 just for their yard maintenance,
Yeah,
you know?
I like
So,
to do my own yard maintenance and keep it a secret from my cardiologist.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you take it easy, it's not too bad. It's
Yeah,
just I, you know,
that's one of
uh,
those things I always enjoyed. I don't know
I,
why. I know it's
if
kind of
you're if
sickness.
you're in Southern California though,
Nah, I probably wouldn't
like
enjoy it nearly as much there. Yeah,
yeah, you'd be on the side of a mountain trying to clear out scrub brush. Like I don't know that that's a
that
easy job. Yeah.
doesn't sound nearly as fun as the
No,
grass.
it doesn't.
Yeah,
Cutting the grass with a riding lawnmower sounds a lot better. Um, but
yeah, that's but yeah, so he was saying that was a you know, he said the water thing, he was talking it was in general, it was I mean it was a very general conversation. He said, obviously the water thing's a problem. But
yeah.
there are things that they could do to lessen the effect of those fires that they don't do.
Mhm.
And Keswood says lowering the fire department budget by 18 million probably in hindsight
Right.
not the way to go.
Yeah, definitely.
It's
Good
craziness.
stuff. Who's
But,
got a Snoopy? What's he get the Snoopy
yeah,
for
he's got a Snoopy.
on the
Uh,
bracelet?
yeah, 15,950. That doesn't seem very expensive for a Snoopy.
It's a great watch.
Yeah, full cards, full papers,
Yeah.
November 21 date. And so one of the things when you're at Nashville, they always have really good prices, and you're always getting everything. Now, I don't know that they do a lot of service. They do much. I think they buy nice watches and clean them up
Yeah.
and sell 'em, you know.
Right. Right.
But there are deals there. I bought from them. I know you probably have. A lot of people in the community have
Mhm.
never had an issue.
Yep. Yeah, and they're one of the people that they only buy from collectors
Yeah,
and then sell to collectors. So that's a huge doesn't mean that you still have to be careful because you know
right.
if you know anybody if they're not checking something that can run into issues. But yeah.
So I think it was George Varghese and I were on here a few weeks ago. We looked at this Zenith. We thought, boy, that seems like a really good price for that watch. If you're looking for something like that skeleton Defy Skyline, it just seems cheap at $6,500.
Yeah, I I don't know on these watches, I
And
just think it's hard. I think right now is a good time to look at some of those less than 1,000 watches because you can only lose
yeah,
that much money,
you
you
know,
know,
there's so
if you
much.
want to. And then you can still like I was saying, it's the experience. You can play around with watches. If you buy something that you don't like and you want to move it, you can move it, and
Right.
you could throw it on eBay or whatever. And I just think that right now is a good time to kind of play with some of that down there. And
Because you just don't know. So I know that this isn't the primo date just that everybody
Mhm.
wants, but 8450 for a 2024 white dial Roman numeral. I know it's the oyster bracelet and the smooth bezel, but 8450 seems, if you would have seen this 2 years ago, you would have said, "Do you have five of them I could buy?" You know what I mean? Like,
Right. Yeah, I mean, even this stuff, like I, 8,500 is still a lot of money.
it's a lot of money.
So unless you're gonna, wear that watch a ton, I don't
Mhm.
know,
Right.
or consolidate into it or something. But
Yeah.
I think a lot of these watches have some downward movement coming
Well,
because
I was saying on Sunday that where you really see your downward, it's a watch like that. More of the entry level pieces, you're going to see much more of a downward. Because all right, so your APs, your Royal Oaks, your Richard Mills and stuff, those are always going to have a certain amount of value, a certain amount of
right. Well, they're
cost.
very limited pieces too.
Right. Whereas these kind of entry level pieces, I think you're going to find some deals on a lot of this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you know, I don't think we're that far off from some of the ADs discounting too, like a Zenith,
Yeah.
20%, 30%. And I think that right now, I think the vintage Rolex are a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
I think compared to the modern, like I've seen, you know what watch I always like? I mean, there's a few watches that I've always liked. I
Yeah.
like the older Milgauss. I like all the Milgausses. I
Hmm.
like the white one, the black one, the old ones with the
I love the
orange.
white one.
Yeah,
And I
those are
think you don't
cool.
see it as much.
And then I like the black dial green glass. I like the Z
Yeah.
blue. I think those are great watches still. And then I like the older Yachtmaster with the platinum bezel and the
I think
platinum
that's
dial
so
with the
beautiful.
red hand.
Yep.
I think it's just a great, it's a plain watch,
Yep.
but it's very classy. And
Yeah.
like I just like that one a lot. And it's a 40 millimeter. I think it's a great size.
Mhm.
Um, but some of those watches now are like everybody's kind of like, I don't know, forgotten about them almost.
Yeah.
You know, like I think everybody's kind of like, well, I can get all these modern things now, and it's like, yeah, you can, or these other ones have dropped. Those ones have dropped, right? First, like the neo vintage is always going to drop first, or the vintage stuff,
Hmm.
like the older Speedmasters.
Yeah.
You can get one for like $2,000 right now, 2,500 for an
Yeah.
older Speedmaster, and it's like, the prices keep rising for brand new, but when you're not getting all your money back, you have to reevaluate what you're doing. It's better to spend less money and get as good a watch sometimes.
Exactly.
So yeah, I like that watch a lot right there.
Yeah. That watch is just always a good looking watch. I worked with a guy who bought one of those new,
Mhm.
and just was always, every time he was around, I was like, it's just a good looking piece. Yeah. Um,
There's no wiggle room at Nashville.
yeah. It's very small because they
2%, if that. I mean, I think it only takes 10%
yeah.
usually,
I was going to
so it
say
keeps its prices low. You get it.
the prices are very low. There's not a lot of negotiation. Um, so it's not a negotiating kind of place, but there's good deals there. You have to. It's like anything. You got to shop the deal. What's better for 6,500? A Zenith Defy skeleton or a Tag Monaco skeleton? That's a tough call. I would think. I would think the better watch is the Zenith, but the better deal might be the Tag, because Zenith just seems to be spiraling into homage out of control. I just
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah, I'm not sure what is going on with Zenith, but I think I think it's just the price point has jumped up too high.
Yeah,
I don't think that they're bad watches. I just think that even at 6,500, like I like those watches at 4,500.
right.
I just think that retail prices have ballooned because of inflation and everything else, and they've taken advantage of the market. But a lot of the modern pieces have to come down 30% for them to really be values, because a lot of them have gone up 30% in
Yeah,
the last 5 years. So a 30% dip is still well above what they were trading at before
really
that,
should be worth, right.
Yeah.
No, I agree. John D says that he placed an order online with Nashville via Chrono. Within a few hours, I got a phone call from them to confirm and discuss the purchase, and a follow up two more times. Yeah, I bought a couple watches there. Even and this is why I like Nashville. I bought a Tudor there. Okay, just a Black Bay on the 5 link with the red bezel. Not an expensive watch. That works for me a little bit on the price. And again, he doesn't have a lot of markup, but they followed up with me as if I had bought a $50,000 watch, if that makes sense. Like I felt like a valued customer, even though wasn't buying. I was buying the cheapest watch on his website, probably at the time, but they treated me like I was buying the most expensive watch on their website, and that made that makes a difference.
Yeah, they're very nice to work with, and straightforward, no nonsense. They process quickly too.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you get the thing fast, and they overnight ship it, and they're just great. They were just great. At first they said they were going to ship it to a FedEx facility, and so I talked to Tim, I think, the sales manager, and I was like, look, yeah, it's time. I'm like, I get deliveries here all day here at the dealership. I always have them delivered here because someone, there's no chance of it not being here. Oh yeah, we'll send it right to the dealership then. Change that up real quick for me, and good. Johnson like saying we'll go back and look at the Calatrava. LVMH is where brands go to die, says Whole Milk. And then John D says more places offer a bit of a price adjustment than you think if you work on them in an honest way to arrive at a fair price for both sides. Yeah, you're trying to make your best deal. Kesselwood says over 5K needs to be held at a FedEx facility for insurance purposes. I've had more expensive watches delivered to the dealership.
Typically, it's up to 100,000.
Yeah. More than anything is they want to make sure that somebody are there to sign for it. Like,
Yeah. I always have it delivered to a FedEx location and pick it up.
Yeah.
Because it saves you on both ends. Because say someone else signs for it at your house, even because you miss it, somebody stands there and
Yeah.
you know and then the dealer is going to be like, hey, you signed for it, and you're like, I didn't sign for it, like you just don't want to get into that situation. FedEx, they have a picture of you and everything else, so.
Let's see. Higgins says, hello, everyone. Is the new High Horology Trilogy the Rolex Platona, the Omega Speedmaster Platinum, and the Cartier Ballon Bleu? I did see they had a number of the Ballon Bleus at Watch of Switzerland yesterday.
Mhm.
It's a good looking piece.
It is a good looking watch, yeah.
Yeah. It really is. I don't know if that's the new High Horology Trilogy, though, but I think 2025 will revolve around Cartier. There's a smaller watch, old money aesthetic coming back.
I think that we're past that already.
Yeah.
I think we're on to the next thing. I think it's going to be I think there's going to be a lot of people unboxing stuff under $1,000 that look like a $20,000 watch,
Yeah.
because I just see a big wave of there in the last like 5 years. You've seen all these micro brands pop up, and
Mm-hmm.
they basically create this company, and China sends them watches, and China is pumping out watches like
Yeah.
crazy right now. And I think it's just a matter of time until Chinese companies like Atelier Wen and other ones start making these $500 price point ones that are just as good as like an Oris for 2000, or
Yeah.
even Zenith. Like they're going to have to compete with that, because do you like when you're looking at watches and you're saying 4,000 or 500,
Yeah.
I really think it's a different decision point. And if they're similar in specs and everything else and have a similar look and nobody knows, you're going to start seeing people like go to that for a little while here.
Yeah. I agree. I pulled up this on the after show on JJ's channel Sunday night, because we were talking about one of my favorite Pateks is the 5226G, but people were making fun of. They're like, "Oh, you can get this for that and this for that." But I pulled up this. These are hard to get. They're always out of stock. But this is Axios, which is a split off. The guy split off from Zelos. And for $329, you can get this watch, which looks just like that watch. Shadow, why are you crying? Shh. Hush, hush, hush. But there's so many things that are made that look like other things now. It's crazy.
Right. And I think that there's a real thing where, for us watch people, even, you kind of want to be like, if this
Yeah.
watch is a great watch for the money. And I think unboxing this watch versus um, a Zenith, as an example, is like, are you really getting more watch? I mean,
Right.
maybe you're getting the Zenith name, but how much is that really worth at this point? Right, where they're just pumping out watches too. And I don't know. I think that there is a fun area of this hobby where some of these micro brands come in, but you have to be careful because there's so many micro brands. And
So many. There's so much stuff out there. And there's so many fakes. Hey guys, we need more upvotes. We only got 18 upvotes. Yeah, there's so many fakes and good, better fakes. BW, he was saying earlier he got something coming. I guess he got it from European Watch Company today. Made a deal. So we're looking for an unboxing from BW. I'm curious to see because I love BW's collection because it's a little bit eclectic. And
yeah,
you know what I mean? So like he doesn't do like the traditional hype all the time. He'll do some like a Tudor North flag or
right.
a Polaris or like so I'm always curious when he says he's got something coming, what it's going to be. Let's see. Buckley says 2025 is the year independents fall off a cliff. He has been proclaiming this. Keswitz likes the 61. Is that Calatrava I pulled up for? Yeah, that's this one. That was what I pulled up for Johnson. It's a pretty watch. I mean, but it's a very plain watch.
Yeah.
I mean, there's even the case side on this one. One of the things I like about the 5226 is the case sides that you don't get on this one. I mean, it's a beautiful watch, but it kind of maybe seems expensive for what it is. Eli B, welcome. He says, I bought a Homage Seamaster on AliExpress Miata movement, and I'm so impressed with the feel of the watch. I want to buy another one in another color way and feeling if the watch is amazing. I love it. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I think that's the danger with the micro brand stuff, or you have to really treat it like it's a $5,000 watch when you get it. You can't go through them like candy buying, a watch a week.
Right. And that's part of the danger. And you and I talked about this a couple years ago in the community where you end up with a box full of shitter.
Right.
You a box full of not worth very much too. So there's a certain point where you got to look at it and say, well, if I have 15 $500 watches, I've really got $500 worth of watches. You know what I mean? Like,
right, you're not doing the right thing then.
Yeah. Gen G says there's a lot more I can forgive and overlook at $500. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, the fit finish quality on a $500 watch is not as much of a concern on something like that. John D says there's a real cleanliness of the time only Calatrava. There is, absolutely there is. Did you guys look at we looked at the new, did you see that new moon phase meteorite?
Yeah.
I looked at that at the beginning of the show. I don't like, let me go back over the Omega page here. Hold on. There was definitely something Didn't
Off.
with that on the moon phase itself.
Hmm.
There's kind of like Mickey Mouse ear thing.
The double moon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's something not
I,
right.
the problem I have with it, it's the big size, obviously.
Yeah,
That's an issue because I just how many people are going to buy it? And then I think it's for me, the problem sometimes for Omega, and this is like the opposite of Rolex, but Omega tends to like do too much and get too gimmicky sometimes, and I feel
yeah,
like these watches are falling under that.
yeah. As big of
Um,
a mega fanboy as I am, I feel the same way. Like it
yeah,
just, you know,
like your Super Racing is a much better looking watch than these,
yeah.
um, because of the honeycomb and everything else, and like I think just design wise, it's
Hmm.
nice colors and everything, but I think they like meteorite dial, and then they put the moon meteorite as the moon phase, and then they get the big
Yeah,
size, and they get all
that
these
north
colors and the numbers. It's like,
blockers, like
yeah,
the moon phase. A moon phase should be special.
yeah.
I mean, like a moon phase should come up and out of the watch. This looks really weird to me. You know the way they did this one.
Like, why do you need a moon phase on a racing chronograph?
Yes.
Like, okay, you're trying to connect it with space, but like an astronaut wouldn't wear this.
Right. Oh, did I
Like,
not put it on the right screen?
honestly, I would rather them do um I'd rather them not do any meteorite on the actual watch and just like do meteorite for the rotor in the back, right? Or do meteorite with the case or something.
Yeah.
Something other than like
Yeah.
I don't know.
About the only two meteorite dials that I really like. One is just because the colorway I think it works, and that's the Pepsi GMT meteorite. I just think that meteorite dial
Yeah.
works so well with the blue and red. And then the date date, the date date meteorite, I always thought was a good looking watch. But after that, it gets a little gimmicky.
Mhm. I
Um,
think the Pikachu um Daytona is
mhm,
nice with the strap.
yeah,
Um but I'm not a big fan of painting the meteorite either, which they did
right.
on these. It's just like
It's
I don't
just
know.
I don't know. There's it
It's too
just
much going on.
yeah. It's a little meh. Let's see. Buckley says, but Boston is not how it looks. It's the name. Cartier is safe. If we were playing it, it looks like game people will compare Hublot to offshows. Is that happening? Hmm.
No, no, I know. There's two types of buyers, is my point.
Okay.
There's buyers that are buying for the name, right? And
Yeah.
they're buying like the classic things from Cartier, Rolex, AP, Patek, like the brand, the established older brands. But I think that there's also people that are like, you know, I don't want to buy a $15,000 Rolex right now.
Yeah.
I want to have fun, and I want a new watch I can take on vacation or I can wear as a daily. And for them, maybe a Rolex is like this is a special watch that you know, when I dress up and go out to dinner or I go to a party or something or a wedding even, like I wear that more often then.
Yeah.
Like there's different levels that people are at. So I think that I'm just saying Zenith to me is like this in between category where it's like you're not going to really wear a Zenith to like a wedding, right? I mean, feel like it's kind of sporty and fun and whatever.
Hmm.
but I think that there's a lot of options in the lower price point that people can play around with, and
Yeah. I guess that's part of his point. Is
there's
it's
always going to be a different buyer for like a Cartier or whatever.
yeah.
But how many Cartiers do you need? One?
Right. One.
Yeah.
If that. Whole Milk says, I prefer the Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel over the 6119 because the movement has an internal angle. Interesting. He says, John D's eyeballing the Traditionnel as the next one after this one. We have some Patek people in the Patek apologists. We have Keslowitz. He says, the 6119 movement is amazing. New manual wine double barrel has several internal angles plus an island bridge. Very rare. As it should have more internal angles. Can't have it all.
Mhm.
And Buckley coming in hot. What moron would spend $5K on a micro brand when Tudor exists? Tudor is better than every micro brand between $2,000 and $10,000.
That's my point was the low end.
Yeah.
Like I don't think you get any. I would avoid any brand, even Tudor, right now buying new,
Mm-hmm.
unless you're getting like a nice Omega or a nice Cartier, right? In the
Mm-hmm.
8,000, you can get something like that, right? 6 to 8. Maybe a special Tudor, but there's not many at this point that are like really special.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying I would recommend looking at that
Yeah.
800, 500, 700, whatever price point, because if you just want one watch this year and you want something that's gonna look really nice and is totally wearable, and it's not about the name brand, it's about the
Yeah.
watch. Well,
John D says Cartier is as safe as a bank vault.
if it's a bank vault, I don't. I think that these guys forget that Cartier had to buy back like millions of dollars worth of watches and
Didn't they
destroy
run a
them
bunch
to keep the
of
value in
them?
2018.
Yeah.
So I think they're doing well right now because they're a great alternative to Rolex
Yeah.
and other brands that are higher price point, and like they're passable as a nice watch.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the name, oh, it's a Tiffany. It's not, I mean, it's a Cartier. It's not like just a, no name brand. I mean, that's New York City though, right? Most other places, like you can go with a micro brand to dinner and they're like, oh, that's a nice watch. Where'd you get that? Yeah, like it doesn't have to be in the fashion capital cities, the name Cartier means more than outside of the cities. Like, you know.
So always trade your Navi timer for an Omega. But then again, I am the stream's biggest Omega fanboy, so I'm always going to say that stuff, Eli.
Mhm.
And see, there's another brand. When you look at them, they make some fabulous looking watches, but they're price wise, you're like, geez, I have a lot of choices at that range, you know.
Yes, a lot of choices.
But these some of these cheaper micro brand watches are cool. Some of the I like a lot of them. I've played around with a lot of them over the years. Uh, but you can't go crazy with it. You don't want a box full of them. I got to a point where I had like 5 or 6 of them. Like, I gotta get rid of these things. This is becoming a weird addiction to my addiction. I mean, Cartier routinely does well at auction. But it's not a brand that has struggled to attract collectors. I guess
Depends on the Cartier.
yeah. And they make beautiful watches. I've never really been like super satisfied with the way that I when I look at my wrist when I try one on, but they're I see the appeal of them. Um, and they're like I said, I saw they had all those Ballon Blues and Santos models, at the AD. They're beautiful watches, really are.
Yeah. I bought a I bought a Cartier for my mom,
Okay.
and she did not like it.
No.
No, it was. I think the bracelet wasn't didn't stay connected. It's like a double deployant bracelet, and then also it was like the classic Brian line. I can't read the damn thing, you know. It was like I want numbers, not these
Yeah.
like tiny Roman numerals that are hard to read. So I had to return it, and then I took a bath on that. So
Yeah.
I think you know the rare Cartiers do well, just
Hmm.
like anything. Like okay, take it, go buy a Yachtmaster and then bring it to the auction house and see what you get for it. It's not going to do very well at auction, right? Like a modern Yachtmaster or a modern full gold Sky Dweller. What are you going to get at auction? Well, you're not going to get a great result. But any of the older Cartier or the more rare Cartier are going to do well because they don't make that many of those. Um, like I think those new ones they only made like 200 of them,
Okay.
which is crazy low for the amount of watches. Like Cartier makes a lot of watches.
Auto watches. Yeah. They're always what number? They've been number two for the last few years on the yearly watch chart. Buckley says they're a great Cartier is a great one and done. The branding is also an experience and means something. All about that red bag and box for a lot of people. So that's part of Cartier's niche, I believe, is that brand recognition beyond the watch community. Like people
Yeah.
look at Cartier and they just think luxury. So for a lot of
Well,
people,
it's the those people are the ones that spending 5,000 on a watch is like crazy amount of money, you know?
it is an aspirational one and done. They don't even know what one and done means. They just know that they want to watch and they want something that if they're wearing it, someone's going to see the name on it and think that they're, what I mean? Like it's image. It's really image for a lot of people that aren't watch collectors. John D says the evidence for lasting strength of Cartier in the collector community is the fact that they still find great auction strength despite they're not selling their movements. It's the design house to own. Yeah,
I don't know about that. I think with Cartier, it's a manipulated market. Like John Goldberger classically, you know, has passed some rare stuff off and he hoarded them and they've been able to manipulate that market pretty well at
yeah,
the auctions. I don't know that. I don't there is a collector community for Cartier, but is it better than the Rolex vintage community or another, community? Like I don't know. I think that they have their own kind of niche, but I think there's a lot of fakes out there. I think you
mm,
have to be super careful. Like it, Goldberger definitely was working with people in with the vintage stuff
okay,
in Italy, like making fake stuff, and it's so easy to make a fake Cartier too because of the case.
yeah,
It's like the movements aren't super hard to make either because they're usually like a three
I'll
hand movement. Like on a Cartier crash, like that's going to be one of the easier watches to kind of fake because you've got kind of an interesting movement. But I think you just have to be careful out there. What you're um, do your due diligence. Have like an Eric Wind or someone else that's an expert really check over
yeah,
whatever you're looking at because you can get burned really bad on some of this stuff. And I think, stuff goes through auction all the time too. Like they'll Phillips will it's clearly like we remember the Jose guy.
Oh my God, yeah.
He'd always find stuff and he'd send out the stuff like warning, this watch is da da da. Da." And Phillips is happy to allow things that are,
Suspect.
I don't know about suspect, but they're clearly like their standard isn't, we're not going to put anything to auction that is at all question. And
Remember
I
the
think,
Omega that they kind of built from
yeah, well,
bits and
okay,
pieces?
to be fair to Phillips though, Phillips asked about that watch, and it was like an inside job with the
Yeah,
actual museum who they created the watch, then they created fake papers for the watch,
yeah,
and then they fed those papers to Phillips. So Phillips did their job on that one.
right.
But again, that goes back to the issue of there's a lot of money to be had on these auctions, and do we know that um, somebody isn't inside Cartier,
Yeah.
doing a similar thing with like you got to be really careful with this stuff. So I think it's always good to do double and triple check on anything vintage or anything at all questionable. But again, I wish that the current Cartier would have a little bit more for collectors,
Hmm.
because I think that 200 is not doing it. It just, you know, how are you going to collect if you can't get any of the watches? I mean, that's going to make it tough.
Cartier can rely solely on design language, which is unrivaled because they don't brag about their movements, says John D. And so these accuracy statements. I mean, it's a distinct look, but a Cartier is something for most
Okay, but
people that
let me
want
say
to go
this
to a
over.
boutique and
Yeah,
buy.
yeah,
I think most people want to buy a new Cartier at the boutique, get the experience, get the bag, get the box, like
yeah.
Bucko was saying.
5 grand.
Yeah,
It's a
I think
different decision at 5 grand, right? Like a Datejust is 15, 10
right.
grand more than it. So they're looking at that like, oh, I'll get the Cartier instead. But okay, Cartier has a distinct look.
Yeah.
Yes. However, if you look back at vintage watches, there was tanks. There
Yeah.
was, very similar to Cartier shapes, on a lot of their watches
Hmm.
throughout time. And it's not like Cartier like invented all of these shapes. It was just Cartier has always been doing these classic looking watches
Yeah.
and continued. And I think more of the Roman numerals with the case is what, they were more defined by that. So do they have a classic look? Absolutely. But it doesn't mean, I don't know. It, our modern Cartier value? I don't think so.
Right.
Like I think they would need to be discounted. Those have jumped in price too. Like
Yeah.
Cartiers are expensive.
Yeah. They're not.
Some of them, the
So
modern stuff.
yeah. So the most popular that I see or hear talked about are like the Santos. So and
Yeah.
these watches are all over 7 grand. Oh, here's a large quartz for 4,200. But most of them, your automatics are all over 7 grand. So for 7 grand, you can get a medium model Cartier Santos de Cartier.
Yeah.
It's a cool looking watch. It's its own thing. It's very
Yeah.
distinct. I think, but like you were saying, like when you look at the back of it, it's just that just looks plain. Gee, that looks like a Timex to me. Yeah,
Yeah, I think on these, if you look at this versus a Cubitus, great value.
yeah,
But if you look at this, like versus neo vintage of these, like there's a lot of these
yeah,
to be had. And if you want the modern one, I think that you should be getting a discount. at some
Mhm.
point here.
Yeah.
Um, Again, the market is strong for these because a lot of buyers have moved down from Rolex
Hmm.
to this. And Omega's been like everybody's jumping their prices. So,
Oh yeah.
you know, what
Yeah.
used to be, I mean, Rolex used to be similar price to
Oh yeah.
what the Cartiers are now, not too long ago. So,
I think in
like it's
2001 when I bought my first Rolex, that was the
mhm,
Datejust Thunderbird. I think that watch listed at 57, 55 or
yeah,
57, and
yeah,
I got a discount.
yeah,
Yeah. um, So yeah, I mean, everybody's prices have gone upscale, and these are great looking watches. And like I said, I think the appeal in with Cartier is beyond the normal watch collector. I think that there are so many people that just know the name. It's like Louis Vuitton or Gucci to them. They know
right.
the name, and that makes a huge difference to them. Uh,
Right.
and that's why I think they do so well retail new. Is because people want the experience. You
Well,
know,
they want to say that they're name brand shopping, right?
right?
And they're saying, well, also like they're getting a classic watch too. It's not just the name brand. It's like they're getting the name brand plus they're getting a classic look
Yeah,
that people like, but it looks like luxury. Put it that
exactly.
way.
It looks like
Right.
luxury. It's got
Right.
the name. It's got the gravitas that way, and it just. But like you were saying, when you look at a square
Yeah.
watch with a real plain case back, you
Right.
a used one is much easier to do on something. I would say that one of the things, like when you look at the back of an Omega, I like the exhibition backs, but it
Right.
also makes it harder to fake the watch. Like
Right.
easier to spot a fake, I guess we'll say.
Yes.
Because you
Yeah.
can, if you know what an Omega, I've had enough of them. I know what I'm looking at when I look at the back of one. When there's a fake, it's pretty obvious, because it's hard to fake. It's harder to fake an exhibition case back, whereas the case back on this is super plain. Um, so yeah, I would say, but I mean, they're nice watches, but like Buckley says, that's less than 1% is are watch collectors of watch buyers in a traditional market. Um, so yeah, but they know their lane, and they've navigated it themselves into the number two position. So good for them. Uh, Sali Soji, I'm going to butcher your name and I apologize. So, Sali Soji says Cartier is a sexy brand with a sexy name, selling to sexy people. There you go. Then there's that. But it is. It's about brand and name recognition. It's about when you see a Santos or a Ballon Bleu, you know what it is. Most people know what it
Right.
is. And if you're not a watch person, you see the name Cartier, you know what Cartier is. So that means something as
Yeah.
well.
Well,
But
they've been making a killing on those like love bracelets, and
Mhm.
those things are expensive. They're as much as a watch,
Yeah,
like 5 grand,
yeah, it's
you
ridiculous.
know?
Uh,
So compared to that, the watches are a good deal too.
it's a real good deal. And then you can even just do a regular tank, quartz tank in the 3 grand
Mhm,
range on a bracelet. I mean, it's just a classic looking
mhm.
watch.
Yeah. It's hard to people buy watches for different reasons, but just a good looking watch,
Yeah,
you know?
but I always liked the look. Not really for me, but
Yeah.
I used to like the Roadster. I always thought that was
Yeah.
kind of a cool looking watch because it was different. But this the there you go, Ballon de Cartier. They had a bunch of these in the display window. Yeah, I just you know a very nice looking watch. I don't know if I'd want to spend $7,200 on one,
Right.
but I could see where it would appeal to someone.
This is steel, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a steel, just a kind of regular old watch,
Mhm.
but kind of cool looking. It's a little different,
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't know about $7,200, but I can see why somebody would look at that and say, "Oh, that would be an impressive piece for me."
Hmm.
Keselowitz with he says JLC is greater than Cartier. I think JLC is way, and I had the Polaris. I love that watch. I like I'm a JLC fan, but so expensive and
Yeah.
just just for no reason. They
I
raise
know.
prices. Like they're just like, you know what? We're gonna raise the
20%. Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
like it's just so expensive for what you get. But
Well,
they
it's a race for price point, right?
yeah,
They look at other brands and they say, we want to compete against these watches at this price point. And
yeah,
everybody else is raising their rates and they're like, you know what, let's just do 20%,
yeah,
bite the bullet. But part of that is so that on the secondary market value, you can get 50% off a JLC and feel like it's
right.
a deal. And then
Exactly.
the secondary dealers like a Joma shop want to buy it from the retailer still.
Mm-hmm. That's
Um,
when I bought my Polaris. It was what, a year and a half old, and I got like almost half off.
right.
You
And
know,
that's what it should be.
yeah,
They're trying to, catch people that walk in the store at the prices that they're saying. But the problem with JLC is they're the watchmaker's watchmaker, but everybody does their own movement now. So
right.
they were the watchmaker's watchmaker. Now they're a watchmaker that's making movements for themselves, but they struggle on the design part because they never established a great design, I think.
Okay.
um like I think they have the reverso, right?
The reversos,
um
yeah, they're claim to fame
but
watch.
I don't know that I don't know if they kept up the reverso in a way that's like, I don't know. It's a tough watch design. Like Cartier has probably 8 better looking watches,
Yeah,
and I just think it's a tough design to keep
right.
modern. And it was based on like polo, which there's only one person that we know of that plays polo.
Right.
And I don't know, I think the connection with that watch is tougher for
Mhm.
people.
No, I get it.
It wears weird, like that. Like, you I've
It
never seen
I
a
know.
JLC reverso look good unless you have like a dress shirt on.
Right.
Like, it just doesn't, like, it's too thin.
Mhm.
It's just not, doesn't wear right. And I think that, what is it, the Tank American or Cintre or something like that. Like, there's a there's a couple of Cartiers that are like that too, where it's like, man, that thing is so thin and long.
So
It
George
just looks funny.
Barry says nothing says class and sophistication as a Cartier. It does speak to that a little bit. George, welcome. Good to see the Rams win. Uh,
Yeah.
because I think JLC is a lot more expensive than Cartier. I just pulled them up because again, silly. I
Yeah.
apologize, butchering your name. I know, but he says he loves the green non-chrono Polaris. Yeah, is it overpriced? Way overpriced. Let me show you.
Yeah.
Because that was a boutique only watch. So I
Yeah.
had. I think this is the one that, or no, I think maybe this was the one that. What's his name, man? But I had this watch. Okay, $10,500 for that Polaris
Yikes.
in a three-hander. I bought mine for 55. Okay, a year and a half, and I bought it for 55.
What does the second crown do? Does it do date?
No, it's an internal bezel.
Oh, okay.
No date. This was the
That's
no
right.
date version. Yeah, this
Yeah,
has
that's a no
internal
date for
bezel.
10.5.
I
Yikes.
mean, it's just crazy. A beautiful watch, really
Right.
cool looking. I liked it a lot, but and I was able to get back out of it what I put into it. So I wasn't unhappy, with my experience owning it. A little unhappy with the service experience, but they remedied that. But this green one at 11.1. Now this was a boutique. I don't know if this still is, but when this was released, remember the Bernie diver, my $100 watch.
Is this
Just
42?
like this. What's
Is
that?
40? Is this 42 millimeter? It's pretty good size.
Yeah, 42 millimeter,
Thick.
14 thick.
13, 14.
And rubber.
14's like 14's tough on a regular watch. It's not even a chrono. So
yeah, and only 200 meters water resistance. Now the one I had was thinner; it was like 11.
Yeah, that's better.
But it was 100, only 100 meters water resistance, but only 200 meters of water resistance on this dive watch. But at this price, that's nuts. There's not a lot of deals. I looked at this and for these because I like this one, but because it was a boutique only edition, there were not a lot of deals on this watch.
Right.
And it's just they're crazy expensive. And yeah, did I get a deal on it? Was it almost half off? Yeah, but what does that really say? It really says that watch wasn't worth what they're anywhere near what they wanted for it.
I mean, I think honestly, I think they're happy to sell this watch at 5,000 each, but they just move the price point up to make it look like, hey, we're a luxury brand. They don't because they know there's a certain percent that are going to not be bought at the dealer.
Before the price increase, this watch was around $9,000, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like 4,500. So by doing the price increase, essentially they still get the price increase.
Yeah.
But they can still sell it at 50% off. But you look at this watch and you say they're happy to sell it at $5,000.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's a steel watch. They make movements, so movements are cheaper for them because they make so many movements.
Right.
And I just think they're trying to position it more than make it a value at the boutique. They're happy to say whatever you can sell, you get a nice profit. But if you sell them all to the secondary market, we don't care. They're not trying to keep a certain value at the end of the day. They're just trying to maintain a spot. Zenith is kind of doing the same thing too.
Right. 52.5 for that. This is that perpetual that Kessler was talking about. Hold on 1 second. Apologize.
And none of these brands scale back production. They'll just pump out.
Right.
like they're not. No one's slowing down because from their perspective, every single watch they make, the dealers are buying.
Right.
The only problem they have is if the retailers are like, I don't want to carry your brand anymore because we sold 0 and the gray market doesn't want them either. That's when they have a problem. But as long as the dealer's like, hey, you know what? We sold 10%. So we got a nice little chunk of change on those. And then we turned around and we sold the rest to Joma Shop and we made 10% profit on those. So we made 50% profit on 10%, and the rest we made 10% profit. And then Joma Shop has a ton of them, and people are buying them because they're like 60% off. It's a JLC, It's like, yeah, but that's what they should be,
Yeah. George bought
But if they put that at $5,000 though, they're still only going to sell 20% maybe at the boutique, right? And then when they go to sell them to the gray market's going to want them for, $3,000. So that's why they keep moving the prices up. It actually maintains the value better by moving the price up.
Yeah. So George bought his niece a Cartier Panthère Small for Christmas. She has worn it every day.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Beautiful watch. Great watch. Yeah. And look, I will say this until the cows come home. I don't care what you're wearing if it's not, as long as it's not like a Apple Watch or a Fitbit or whatever Google version is. If I see, I will compliment your Invicta if you're wearing it. If I
Right.
see you wearing a proper wristwatch, in hopes that that you will buy something better in the future. But I get so it's so disappointing because I've loved watches since I was a kid, Boston. So
Yeah.
always so I always was attracted to people's watches, just always looked at people's wrists. And the last 5 years, it's just so disappointing that 95% of what I see is some sort of smartwatch. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I know.
It's just like I saw a guy wearing like a real simple tag yesterday, and we were in the grocery store and he was picking something up. I said, I really like that watch. He's like, oh, I've had this for 20 years, or whatever.
Right.
Good, I don't care. I want to see your proper
Right.
wrist.
Yeah, I wonder what that evolution is, because I think there was probably a point in time before the Apple Watch where people weren't wearing anything,
There
right?
was there was much less. Yeah, there were people wearing less watches, and then the Apple Watch kind of brought
And
that.
I
But
would guess that the Moon Swatch is another one that's put a
that's
lot on people's wrists,
yep.
again. Um, but I think that there's a progression from the Apple Watch. I think that there's a real life situation where, somebody wears an Apple Watch, they're going all day, they're exercising, they're doing their work, and then they get home or they go out to dinner or something, and they're like, I don't want emails right now. I don't want texts right
Yeah,
now.
exactly.
That's what my wife does. That's when she puts on her watch most of the time. Sometimes she'll wear it to work or whatever, but she wears the Apple Watch to do her workout or whatever.
Mhm.
But I think that there's like a zen-ness about watches where you kind of get a break from the technology for a second, and you can just enjoy like something that's actually real and actually handmade. And I
I,
think that that's really important in the society we're in right now.
let's see. Phillips Differville says, is Polaris water resistance rating poor for a sports watch? Two ADs told me they are not recommended for swimming, no screwed crown. So I will say I had no issues with my Polaris, and it was only 100-meter rated water resistant, but I can't I want to say I don't think either crown was screwed on mine. I'm trying to remember back. It wasn't even that long ago, but these
Yeah. Well, a screw down crown does nothing unless it has the seals too.
right.
I don't know if they have a system that, you know,
Yeah.
prevents water from going in there, but I'd imagine if they have 100 meters that they have some kind of system
There's some
that
kind
even if the crown's out, like that, it would stop something.
so like this
But
green one, this boutique edition is 200 meters. Does it say in here anywhere? I don't see anything. I've never really played with it.
Don't you find this like ad a little funny though? It's like the guy's got a sport coat and a
Yeah,
sweater on, and he's
I
wearing a
know.
Polaris.
like,
I watch.
it's like what?
If BW is
This guy,
still
this guy doesn't die. This guy's never dived a day in his life.
exactly, if BW is still in the chat, he had the blue version of this.
Yeah.
He could probably tell us if those were screwed on crowns or not. But yeah,
It doesn't say in the description at all.
I didn't see it in there.
Yeah.
Are
they? Yeah, and this would be a pull-out crown to set the time,
yeah,
obviously.
yeah, definitely pull out to set the time. Definitely pull out to do the internal rotating bezel, which I love a good internal rotating bezel. That one though, I can be honest with you. If you were looking for one of these watches, buy the Longines, the Legend Diver.
Yeah, no, I think Longines, especially So you go on Joma Shop for a Longines Legend Diver, like what are they priced at secondary? I mean, they got to be pretty
Yeah,
discounted too, right?
pull it up. Yeah.
And I
So
think Longines one probably that right now
screw
you
down
probably
crown.
could get a good deal
Right.
because that was a huge Chinese market which has been soft.
Yeah. And it's the Longines is 300 meters of water resistance. Both of your crowns are screw down,
Mhm.
and it's gonna.
It's thinner too, probably.
It's very thin. It's a beautiful watch. It's really a nice watch.
Mhm.
Buckley pulled up. I'll see if they have it because he asked about the one of them. There was a yellow here. This I'm going to pull up the one that Buckley. Even though I don't like the strap on it, this one was the one that Buckley asked me about a week or so ago. I just love the dial on this one.
Mhm.
Now, this is the 42. They came out with those new 39s, which are a little bit more expensive.
Mhm.
And they changed up a few things on the dial and stuff in the handset, but that is if you were looking for an internal rotating, that
Mhm.
first of all, you can lock in the bezel on this one. So because it's a screwed on crown, when you set it, you screw the crown back down, it's locked. With a Polaris, you can bump it and move it.
Mm.
And it will move in either direction. So it's really not divey.
Oh, so you unscrew it and then you turn it,
Yeah, this one you
then
unscrew
you screw it down to
it
lock
down,
it.
lock it in.
Ah, I like that better.
It's a better system. It's more
Yeah.
water resistance, and there's this kind of side view
What do
here.
these go for?
This one's
1800. Wow.
$1,800. 2,500 retail. 1,800 bucks.
Yeah, I bet you could even get 1500, you know.
Sure, you could probably find these for much less.
See,
Uh,
I would rather people go for this than some of the tutors do.
yeah,
I think
this
this is a better it's a good looking watch, you know. It's 42, you said?
yeah, that one. They came out with those new 39s on the beads of rice bracelets. They're really nice. Um, John D says, in an already overconnected world, an Apple wrist device, it's not a watch, perpetuates the wrong direction of things. I don't know why. Like, I don't need to get my text messages on my wrist or answer a phone call on my wrist. I find that stuff annoying. If I left my phone somewhere, I usually did it on purpose.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Where was I? Wanted to see if they had it as 39. So you can probably find these around 1,500 bucks, I would imagine. Easy.
Yeah, how much are the 39 ones?
The 39 ones are more expensive because there's
And this is brand new, right?
this is a brand new Joma Shop one.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so they probably bought it for 1,200 from the AD. Something
yeah,
like that.
looks like I don't see he has I don't they must not have the new ones yet. But the
Okay.
new one is
I got 'em.
is chronometer certified.
What's the all black one?
The rubber one?
Yeah.
That one's cool. So that's a pre-owned 1695. That's all rubber and DLC coated. They have
Yeah.
one of these at my Omega AD. He doesn't
Yeah.
have it on the website for some reason, but he had it in the case. It's a cool looking watch. I prefer the polished one, but that's just me.
Right.
But I love that yellow one. Oh, here's one. They do have one. It's out of stock.
Oh,
So
that's a
this is
nice
a new one.
bracelet too.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
bracelet's nicer. Now this watch is I want to say like 800-900 bucks more retail than the old one. But
And you can change this bracelet for the rubber, right?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah. But it's so they changed the handset a little bit. They changed the way the loom works. The loom's
yeah.
much better on this one.
Yeah.
They downsized it a little bit, put that beads of rice instead of the mesh bracelet. I mean, it's it integrated beads of rice instead of that flat link mesh. But it's a beautiful watch. It's really cool. It comes in a variety of colors, and it's a great deal. I'll tell you there's another Longines that I think is just, when we talk about tutors a lot, and you can find deals on these watches.
Right.
And again, there's a number of sizes available. I don't know what he has here, but let's see what the Joma. Don't want that. Yeah,
Longines makes the most watches, right?
they sell a ton. Yeah.
They make more than Rolex.
Yeah. All right. So here's the one that my brother has, my old one. $2,500, and you can usually find these in that kind of
Yeah.
2 to 25 range, even brand new. This is an amazing one. This is a terrible picture,
Right.
but in person, the dial on this watch is amazing. It's a true GMT. It's cost certified. The biggest complaint are the 5 stars. The ceramic bezel. So if you were looking at this compared to the Tudor GMTs, I would buy this all day long.
Yeah.
I think this is just so much better of a watch. It's an ETA movement, but it's a proprietary movement, so it's only made on jeans, and it's just a cool watch. It's really a nice watch, and they make them in 2 sizes, 42 or 39, so you can, you're not stuck with like I like the 42. It does have the male end links coming off, so it wears probably more like a 43 and a half.
Right.
So the 39 for a lot of people will work. But ceramic bezel, beautiful watch. The blue, black, that new titanium one with the black and gray bezel is cool. I just think for that price, for what you can buy this for compared to what you could buy a brand new Tudor GMT for, I would buy this one every day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice looking watch.
The Longi, so those 42s especially really look like the old 60s and 70s super compressors.
Right.
And for, I mean, you're talking, even if you spent retail, you're talking a quarter of the price of that JLC. And I've owned both. I'm not like talking out my ass. Like I've owned a Polaris and I've owned a Legend Diver, and I thought the Legend Diver overall, aesthetically and wearability and cool factor. That was another watch. I would get a lot of compliments on that Legend Diver. People they had no idea what it was, but they were, that's a good looking watch,
Right. Yeah, I think that's easy to forget. Some of these brands make really nice watches, and
that would be those two, and I love. I am addicted to looking at pictures and videos of the Longines Ultracron, not the 2 carbon one, the old steel one. It's just such a neat looking watch with a high beat movement, and I'm just always like, I get stuck on that watch a lot. I love it.
I haven't heard that much about Seiko lately. Like Seiko was so big.
Well, they're another one that raised their prices, and now
like in 2020, like Seiko was really
huge.
big.
Yeah. Before that,
everybody
loved Seiko for years. But what was Seiko known for? Solid watches, maybe not the best timekeeping, but outside of their quartz, but they're automatics. There was always
they had nice looking dive watches.
Nice looking dive watches.
The Turtle, the Samurai.
But they were a great price point.
Yes.
And now they're not. They're a
Are they like mid-thousand now?
Yeah. A lot of them, unless you want the Seiko 5s, which all kind of look the same.
Is that the same equivalent though now?
Is it?
I don't know. Like I think sometimes we tend to look at the prices and we're still 5 years ago in our mind as to what things should cost.
Yeah. Like there's there's a watch that I love. Let's see. Oh geez.
I think that the way that these brands are pushing the price up, like you're gonna see this same watch. What did you say the retail is on this? Like 3,000?
Yeah.
It's gonna be 6,000. For the same watch. It's just it's going to creep up there, and the higher up you go, the more it creeps up. Actual dollar wise, it's crazy.
Yeah, it is. Let me see.
Like some of those, the Cartier. There's a Cartier with like an airplane subdial on
Yeah.
it. It's like a square watch. That's like 40 grand,
Oof.
and that's going to be 50. And that's going to be 70, and that's like most Pateks are getting approaching 100 now.
Right.
Like they're really getting up there. Like the gold Royal Oaks are going to be at 100 soon,
Mm-hmm.
and
All right.
it's like, man, these
So
prices are out of control.
this was my Zulu time. It was a great watch. Look at the dial on that thing.
Yeah, it looks great. I like
I mean,
those matte dial.
yeah, for that price point, for that
Reminds me a little of a Herod,
yeah,
Black Bay Herod. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, but just a
combo.
absolutely gorgeous, like fun watch to look at. You look down at it, and you're like, oh, that's really nice. And for I paid. So I got that. It was hard to find when that watch came out. It was really hot. Teddy Baldassar. That's how I ended up getting on his mailing list. Was he
Little
sent?
Teddy balls.
I put in a bunch of places. Hey, let me know if you get one of these in, and he was
Yeah.
the first one. And I will say, I had to watch in less than like a day and a half. I mean, and when I bought it, they had a coupon for being a first time buyer of like 250 off, which I was happy with because you couldn't find the watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
they're retail everywhere. So I got $250 off it, and I had it quick. But they were great to deal with. So if you ever have to deal with, you look at something at Teddy's, they're fine. But for that month, I was looking at the Tudor because they had the Pepsi Tudor with the black. They didn't have the opaline dial one yet. But I was comparing these two watches, and the other one was at the time. I think this one listed at like $29.50, or and I think the Tudor at the time was like $42.50. But I thought this was a nicer watch. I just thought, aesthetically, I was happier with this piece. I don't know. Call me kooky. But it is what it is. Guys, we need more upvotes. We've been kind of lagging in the mid 20s. We need to get into the 30s. 30s makes me happy for a weekday show. But yeah, these things, there are a lot of cheaper alternative watches out there that are great value and great pieces. It just really depends on what you like and what you're looking for. We lost the Boston Collector. A little over 3 hours in today. You guys want to keep going? Is there anything you guys want to talk about? Any other questions? I know we've had a lot of people, but Phillips de Ferville, I of those watches. So let me go over the Instagram, see if I can pull up my Polaris. Hold on. See where we're at. There he is. He's back.
Sorry, I got a call. That happens when you're on your phone.
Let's go. I'm looking for my Polaris versus show. Yeah, here's that was my Polaris. It was a great watch. It really was. Multi-textured dials, and
yeah, it's a good looking watch.
Interesting looking. I like, I mean, there was a lot to like about it, but at the price, at 10.5, no freaking, But here's a better picture where you see the dial. I mean, the dial's beautiful on that watch, but it's just way overpriced. And at 100 meters worth of water resistance, aren't you better off with?
What's the Seamaster at now?
Seamasters are in the 5s still.
They're still in the 5s. Yeah. Speedmasters are getting up there.
Speedmasters are going crazy.
Like 8,500, right? For a regular one. Okay.
You're up around $8,000 to start, I think. And it's just seems insane to me, but I mean, that is nuts. Where the hell? Somewhere in there, I have to have a Legend Diver picture. Oh, here you go. Here's Thanksgiving dinner or Christmas dinner, whatever I was making that day. December 25th. That was a Christmas dinner make.
Mm.
You know? But that's a great watch. It's a
Yeah.
great watch for the money. And that yellow dial, that yellow Fume dial one that Buckley asked about is really cool looking.
Yeah.
John D says price comparisons in nearly the same range shouldn't sway buying decisions. If you buy what you like, price comes second. Well, yeah, you have to like it. You know, I think we're out of the phase where people were just buying to buy and flip.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, I think now there has to be a little bit of want and desire behind it now.
Yeah.
Because they're expensive and they're not like big money making propositions anymore.
Yeah. You want some longevity to it.
Mhm. But that being said, do your due diligence and find the best price. You know.
Yeah, I think it's better when you're choosing something. I
Mm-hmm.
think a lot of the stuff was chosen for people
Yes, I agree.
based on price or whatever. And and I just think that you end up not appreciating what you have when that happens. Or you're not really collecting
Mm-hmm.
unless like you're experiencing things still, so that's part of the collecting, but like I don't know. It's always tricky because depending on which kind of watches you like, you're it's easier to collect in a
Yeah.
certain way.
All right. So there's a guy I follow on Instagram. I think it might be Scuba Steve, but he
Mhm.
has this watch, and they make this in green, and they make a special edition.
Yeah,
But 1,500,
1500, yeah.
you know, and this watch has always been in that kind of price range since it came out. But
Mhm,
a really cool looking watch with a
mhm,
ceramic bezel, which you don't always find on the Seikos, but the
mhm.
still the cheap, crappy say. Even when I compliment the watch, he's like, "Yeah, but the bracelet still jangles." I'm like, "Yeah, I know it's a Seiko," but
Yeah.
it's $700. I'm really compelled to look at that watch, but at
Yeah,
1,500,
remember when like people used to Seiko mod?
yeah,
That was a big thing. I don't know if micro brands kind of killed that, you
I
know,
think they did a little bit. You can
right?
still
Because
find
it's
them on
like,
eBay, but they're cheap. They're,
yeah,
you
I think
know,
the mod guys weren't making money because they're competing against a brand new watch from a micro brand now.
right? You're competing against a Baltic or
Yeah.
like that Axios at $300. Yeah,
Right.
there's a lot of competition in that space now.
Mhm. You
Yeah,
know what watch I really like that I just I can't buy more watches right now?
what's that?
I like the Smiths.
I like the Everest.
Yeah, but they have a bunch of other watches they're worth looking at because they sell out.
Yeah,
They you can sign up and then they have like the drop time or whatever, but they have some really nice watches. Nicely made, nice construction, everything, and I feel
yeah.
like for the money you're getting like a nice level of watch. I think they're only like 300 and something. Like they're really not too expensive. Yeah, Smiths. There it is.
45 bucks. There you go.
Yeah.
Like this is a great looking field watch. You know,
Yeah. And again, you get the look of an explorer, but
you get a little
you know,
history too, because
it's got some history,
thing with this was the Smiths was the one they were there that Sir Edmund
Mhm.
Hill was actually wearing. So you get a
Yeah.
little history with it too. A little, I think it was a Phoenix brand. The
Yeah.
next availability is the 19th of January. Yeah,
Coming
these
up.
sell
Yeah.
out real quick all the time.
Sunday, right? Yeah. They have a
Uh,
nice honeycomb dial. They have a nice white dial.
hmm Where is here's the Trans Global. Yeah, just a really nice looking. watch. It kind of reminds me of like a pole router, you know. Which I'm curious to see what Breitling is going to do with them. How they do. I'll tell you another one that I go look at a lot. They're more expensive than the Smiths, but some of their stuff is pretty good. Is RGM. There's a couple RGMs that I really like.
Are they in Ohio?
In Pennsylvania. They're
Pennsylvania,
Eastern Pennsylvania. But let me see. Where is that watch? Here. Like this sector dial watch. The model 250. $3,500. And I know that's a lot of money, you know.
Yeah.
But it's a handcrafted, beautiful. He just does such a nice job with his stuff. He's got other ones that are less expensive. He got stuff that's more expensive, but I look at his stuff all the time. I'm always just like, well, it's really a nice looking piece, you know. Probably doesn't get the pub that it should. See, I think he's out like near Lancaster, like where the old Hamilton used to be, you know, before they moved to Switzerland. But that's he makes interesting watches. This Caliber 20 I always thought was a good looking piece. $39,000 worth. I'm not sure about that, but for handmade, hand guilloche dial. It's a very pretty watch. Very interesting lugs. Wonder what those are like on the secondary. Can't believe 39.5 is not a deal, but he makes a pilot's watch too. It's not very expensive. Yeah, $42.50. I mean, relatively speaking, they do a nice job. $32.50 for the professional pilot and the pro aviator. I mean, he just does some nice stuff, interesting stuff. You get some optional road. You can customize your stuff with them too a little bit. They give you a little bit of leeway, so you can get optional rhodium sword hands. You get a bracelet if you want for $900. But interesting stuff. They kind of that mid price range. I don't know. It's not Seiko pricing or Longines pricing, but there's stuff to look at. It's different. I like different too. So what else do we got? Anything else going on there, Boston?
No, I think it's good to kind of go down another rabbit hole every once in a while. So
Yeah.
I've been kind of looking into different things lately. I think it's good to kind of look at what you have, enjoy what you have, look at new things that are coming out. I think it'll be an interesting year of watchmaking this year. I
Yeah.
think there'll be some cool stuff.
Do you think
I'm
Rolex
trying.
anything change wise?
Yeah, I think so. I think Rolex will come out with some stuff. I think Vacheron, already started.
Yeah.
But they'll have some cool stuff. AP will have some cool stuff. Richard Mill will have cool stuff. I'm hoping some other brands get some stuff going too. I think that it's good to kind of take a look at the new watch stuff without being like too cynical
Mm-hmm.
or too like down about watches just because the watch market or things have changed. I think what's happened is like everybody has tightened up so much that they're almost looking to bash every watch that comes out
Yeah.
at this point because they don't want to buy anything.
Right.
But like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. Your audio cut out there, Boston. But yeah, there is a lot of that bashing just for bashing's sake. I get that, and a lot of that is people don't want to buy. They're kind of stuck in where they're at. But buy what I think there's deals out there on a lot of stuff, and especially a lot of stuff that people like. You can find interesting watches at good prices right now, and you can find. Hey, we have 2 Boston collectors.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. You can boot one of them.
Let me see. I think boot the middle one.
Yeah.
He's an imposter. Oh, look, I've got my logo back.
Yes, your logo's on now.
So yeah, I think I was like logged in through YouTube instead of
Oh, it says through
StreamYard.
StreamYard.
I don't know. So yeah. Anyway, I'm back.
Rufus
What I was saying is like I think everybody's like real cynical and really hard on watches that come out now
Oh
because
yeah,
they're like, I'm not spending $2 on a watch right now, and
exactly.
it's like, oh, I hate that the box is not made of zebra wood. Like, I'm not buying that watch. It's like, okay.
Speaking of boxes,
All right, tone it down a little bit. Like, you don't need to buy anything if you don't want to, but you don't have to bash everything.
yeah,
Like, how about we just appreciate that Vacheron came out with a blue dial 222 after like 40 years of not, you know, having that watch as an available option,
yeah,
and just appreciate like some people are going to really like that watch. It's a good looking watch, and sure, it's a blue integrated sports watch, and people might be sick of that, but I think it's a great new watch. And even if something's not for me, I'm trying to be like, you know what? It's great that something came out for somebody, and it's much better than like
yeah.
not coming out with anything.
Yep. Now you said boxes, and I'm
Yes.
gonna share something with you because this tickled me to death. So last Thursday I was doing the stream, and the guy over the Omega AD sent me a picture I switched watches. Sent me a picture of the Aqua Terra. He said, "Hey, this might be. I know you like this too. So we looked at deals on a number of different watches, and he said this just literally just came in. So when I got there, they hadn't. I said, hold it. I really want to see that. So they hadn't put it in the case or anything,
Mm-hmm.
just sitting over on the side. And I got the clamshell, and that made me
Oh,
as
nice.
nice as nice as the Omega boxes. You know what I mean? Like
Yes.
they're amazing boxes. But I was so tickled to get the clamshell.
I got that. I got that when I got my I had the gold with the green Speedmaster.
Yeah,
They gave me the clamshell with it too, and I was like, oh, this is really cool.
it just made me. It just like you added something to it for me. I
Yeah.
don't know. It was just one of those things. I don't know how low it can go, Rufus. I mean, there's a limit, I guess, a ceiling and a basement to everything, but there's
How low
deal.
can what go?
I guess he wanted the watch market. I guess he's saying. But
The watch market isn't even low, Mark. We need it to actually go low. Can people stop saying that like the market's crashed? We need it to go down like 60%, like
yes.
today. We want to be able to buy some of these watches. I'm still waiting.
Yeah,
Like none of the stuff, or maybe we all just have expensive taste.
that's probably true too.
You know what's funny about that though, Mark?
What's
When
that?
when stuff has actually come down so much and nobody's interested in it.
Well, yeah, that's the other part.
You know
Right.
why? Because all the other good stuff has come down too.
Right.
So like whatever you're interested in, like there's certain watches you're just never gonna buy. Like you don't no one like the reality is no one buys a watch, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody actually buys a watch to get a good deal.
Right.
Like you're spending your money whether or not you get a good deal or not.
Exactly.
Either you're going to sell that immediately when you get the watch, then you don't have the watch, you're just like taking a piece of something and trading it in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but
These
like
watches
there's
are
no
coming
such
in
thing.
14 quarters of declining prices. It's amazing for collectors. 2025 off to a great start already with the new VC222. See, the thing is, you can say the 14 quarters thing, but
It
if you
doesn't matter.
look at the trajectory,
Yeah.
they're priced where they should have been. You just had that one period of super high spike, but if you look at where they're at price wise, I mean, yeah, JLC, some of these brands went crazy and just said we're just upping the prices for no reason, but in general, I think watches are retail price wise where they should be. But I think that there's a lot of good secondary deals on stuff right now and interesting things to look at.
There's always deals. There's always stuff that's going to be above retail.
There's
There's always
availability
stuff
that you didn't
that's
have, you know?
yeah. But like I said, if you're it doesn't matter. Like, okay, before, if the market was good, you know what was happening? People were buying any watch that the AD would
Right,
call them for.
exactly.
They would put it in a watch box. They wouldn't wear it because they were like, well, I want to sell this, so I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah,
And then they weren't selling it because you know what? I don't want to burn my relationship and not get things above retail.
yeah, I want, right.
so so then you're not selling it. So then the market started to go down and people started selling things to get rid of them,
Mhm.
right? But then it's like, okay, like you didn't really get burned, but you didn't really get much value out of wearing the watches either because you didn't wear them.
Right.
So it's just like you can't you can't win with this stuff. Like it's like, can you make money? Yes. Can you invest in watches? Yes, 100%. Are watches investments? Well, you say watches are not investments if you look at a Longines Hydro Conquest that you bought at retail. Of
Right.
course, that's not an investment. That never was an investment, and it
Yeah.
never will be an investment because they make too many of them. You have to have something that's like an actual thing. Can you invest in watches and make tons of money? Yes, people do it every single day, and they
Mhm.
will continue to do it, and they won't stop doing it. And it doesn't mean that like just because every single watch is not going above retail now, or like you weren't investing anyway. You
Exactly.
were you were doing retail arbitrage because something was less, worth more than you paid for it, and then
Mhm.
you could turn around and sell it. That's a different thing than investing anyway.
Right.
If I buy right now, I guarantee you, if you buy a steel uh, Royal Oak jumbo and you sit on that for 10 years, I guarantee it's going to be up higher. What your actual rate of return is, I can't guarantee that. Nobody can guarantee that, right? It depends on when you sell it and who you sell it to and all that other stuff. But are you going to do pretty well on that? I'm pretty sure you're going to do all right on that.
You probably did
Watch.
right on that one.
Yeah, you're going to do fine. Because you know what? The problem is most people are looking at it like, if I buy it now, can I sell it now and make money? The
Mhm.
problem is you're not going to sell it right now if you buy it right now.
Right.
That's flipping, right? But if you like Mickey always says he bought a original Kermit
Yeah.
Submariner. He wore it for 10 years. He did it, coaching baseball, hitting balls,
Mhm.
10,000 balls. He went and sold it and he made like $1,000 on it.
Right.
Okay. But he had it for 10 years. Like,
Long
if you
time.
hold anything for 10 years, the
Right.
chances of it going up from now are pretty good when they're raising prices 5%. Like if you like any watch, like I don't care which one you're talking about, this Hydro Conquest. Okay, say you do say you spend 3,000 on a Longines right now.
Right.
If you hold that for 10 years, the price is going to be 8, 9, 10,000 on that watch in 10
Right.
years. Will you do all right if you sell it for 6? Yes,
Mhm.
you've had it for 10 years, you've worn it, and it's higher. Does that mean it's an investment? No, it doesn't
Yeah.
mean it's an investment. It just
Mhm.
means that's the
The current market.
yeah, it's the current market, and it's the trajectory of all these
Mhm.
things because of the retail price. And if you're buying the ones that are terrible are going to be the micro brands, or something that just goes away, because 10 years from now you're going to be like, wait, why did you buy a Baltic?
What?
What's a Baltic? They're not, you need to service a Baltic,
Yeah.
like you, nobody's going to buy that that's going to buy it for zero. That's
Hmm.
definitely not an investment. So I don't think when people talk about investments, I don't think they realize, like, investments go down too. The stock
Right.
market can go down 20%. It doesn't mean that it's not an investment all of a sudden if it goes down at all.
Right.
Investments don't go up every day for 50 years. Like, you would
Exactly.
like for that to happen, but the stock market goes up 25%, down 15. Like, it's up and down. Like, a lot of years it's down too. So
Exactly.
you just have to, you know, keep in mind that if you're in, okay, if I'm investing in watches, I'm not putting my life savings into a modern Rolex and saying that that's a good idea. That's a totally different thing. But if you buy a Panda at retail right now and you had for 10 years,
Hmm.
is your money going to be safe in that? It's a pretty good chance that it's going to be all right, you
Yeah.
know?
Well,
But
100%.
you're supposed to wear them too. Like, it's like an active thing. It's like something you can enjoy. So regardless of what happens with it, you know, you at the end, you're gonna have that enjoyment and everything else. And maybe you don't get the same return you would if you put it into the stock market,
Hmm.
but you're only using a small percentage of what you own.
Right.
For somebody that, and then it gets convoluted too, because people that can afford to throw, 500,000 into crypto,
Hmm.
and they spend 500,000 on watches. Is crypto better than a watch?
Right.
We don't know.
Nobody
Right
knows.
now it looks okay,
Hmm.
right? But what if crypto went down to zero?
It's not
Like,
as good of a deal then.
I'm pretty sure a Rolex isn't going to go to zero. I don't care what what happens,
Exactly.
right?
I
And
was
so,
shocked when I traded my date just. Okay. So it was a 36. And when I decided I wanted something new, I was shocked that I was able to trade it, period. I would just assume that that was lost money that I might get a little bit back out of it. And I was, you know what I mean? And that was in, 2003 that I traded that watch in.
right.
It was this watch, actually. Boom, the Thunderbird. It's the only real picture I think I have of the damn thing.
Yeah.
You didn't take a lot of pictures back then, but
Right.
I was like shocked. They were like, "Oh, we'll take it on trade." I was like, "Really?"
Right. Yeah,
Like,
I know.
it's,
Yeah. Wait, this is worth anything? Yeah.
yeah, like
Yeah.
I'm used to throw away consumerism.
Right. Right. Yeah. It's like, oh, I can't wear this watch anymore. The battery's run out. It's
Yeah,
like, no, you
exactly.
can change the battery.
Yeah,
Right.
we'll take that
Yeah.
on trade. Huh?
Exactly. Yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, and I think that the other thing is, I think that sometimes we make it seem like, oh, the market's terrible. We have,
Yeah.
like John D was saying, like 14 straight months of decline, or quarters of decline. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now take the 4 quarters before that.
Right.
Okay. Now we're up by 10%. Oh, that's a terrible investment. No, it's not. Like, it's all what you like take into account. And then
Right.
you've got these, Bloomberg articles that are like, for the last 20 years, watches have outpaced real estate for percentage growth. Okay. If you have more money in watches than real estate, you have a serious problem. Like, let me just say that. Okay. Like, you really should not have more money in watches
No.
than
No.
in real estate. And I don't know anybody that could possibly have that. Like really, like, think about that. You have more money in watches than real estate. I don't even care if it's like, okay, say you're renting, maybe you have more money in watches than real estate. But I'm saying, but to get those returns again, it's kind of like crypto. It's like, Ooh, if I bought the Shibu Inu coin, it's gone up 130%. And it's
Right.
like, who put $1 million into Shibu Inu coin?
Yeah.
Like,
I
really, to
I
get
just
that,
lost $1
right?
million on the Hawk Tuah girl coin.
Yeah, on the Hawk Tuah coin. Sorry, Mark, that you lost $1 million. Of course, you only put in 20 cents to get that $1 million, but still, like
Exactly.
it's it's one of those things where it's like we really get out of whack. And then what really gets out of whack is you can't take current retail, okay, and
Mhm.
compare it to what you can sell a watch for on the secondary market and say the market's dead. If you bought that watch 5 years ago, the price have gone up like 25% on some of these Rolex.
Right.
You're still making money if you trade in a Batman from 2018 right now.
Hmm.
A lot of money.
Right.
Like very good return on your money. 25-30%. Right? So like I'm not saying that that's, again, you shouldn't be chasing them as investments, but to say that it's dead and you shouldn't be buying watches because you know nobody wants them is like another
It's like
like problem,
exactly.
right?
And it's hard because people come into it from different perspectives. So many
Yeah.
people have come in since the spike, that it's they had this kind of false real the reality at the time wasn't reality. So
Right.
like me, I've been kind of collecting since probably 99, 1999. So my perspective is completely different. I was used to losing a little bit, you know,
Yeah.
not a ton, but losing a little bit as I moved up, upscale into different watches. So to me,
I'm not even so sure if you buy stuff now that you're going to lose money.
I
I'm
don't
not
think so.
even
I'm
we're
not even sure either. I'm just saying
right.
back then it was
But
that.
like anything you bought in 2020 right now,
Mhm.
any Rolex, I don't care if it was an Air King,
Yeah,
okay? You still probably up if you sold it today. Not
right.
even for the last 4 years when it's been declining, which most people did by now, right?
Hmm.
So, and if not, you've been wearing it and you've been enjoying it, and you broke even after 4 years. Why?
Yeah,
Where's the sob story?
exactly.
People are not losing their shirts.
Right.
Okay. And the people that were investing and putting pandas and everything else away, again, if they bought it at 2020 prices, even if they waited all the way until now to sell it, they're still going to be fine. Guess what? If they wait 5 more years, they're still going to be fine. If they wait 10 more years, they're still going to be fine. They're going to be up. I'm not saying it's the best investment to do that, but people do it. And like if you have a bunch of assets and you're trying to diversify and you say, I'm going to put a little bit in watches. This is fun money.
Hmm.
I'm not looking for like top dollar return on it, but I also don't want to necessarily like lose my shirt on it,
Exactly.
right? I don't want to lose 50% on it. Or how are you doing if you bought a JLC 4 years ago? You're still doing okay.
Right.
You buy it today, you already know that, hey, man, they're like 20 or 30% below what I'm selling because they just raised their price. But you know that going in. It's not like this surprise, you just
Right.
lost 20%.
Oops.
Like it's
Yeah.
not like that, right?
Right.
So you still even know now. But even if I buy a JLC right now, I hold it for 10 years, okay? My
Of course.
average rate of return, not great. But did I lose a ton of money?
Nah, you're so good
Right?
with that watch.
You'll be able to sell it for more than you paid for it,
Hmm.
probably. The way that if they're raising 20% every year, JLC, like you're going to be like, wow, I can sell this at 50% off, and actually, it's more money than I paid for it.
Right.
And that's
Exactly.
why they do it, kind of, is to keep the value. But I think people are just they're too nervous about everything. Where it's like just take a more long term approach on it. I'm gonna have this watch for 10 years. I'm gonna have
Yeah.
this watch for 20 years. Are you really losing? How much of your, like, you got to be careful how much you're actually using of your net worth,
Mhm.
unless you're like going to be constantly buying and selling stuff. Then it
Right.
doesn't matter as much. You
Yeah.
only, okay, I lost $1,000 for, you know, owning it for 30 days. You don't want to do that 10 times a year either.
No, absolutely not. I mean, but it's all part of being careful and knowing where you're at and what's,
Mhm.
buying. I start with buy what you like. Buy something you want to wear that you like, because like if I kept this Planet Ocean for 10 years, I'm not going to lose money on it. I mean, I bought it at a really good price, but even if I had paid retail for it, 10 years from now, there's still going to be somebody who wants to buy this watch.
Yeah.
And with the new prices, with the prices of the new ones, they're really going to want to buy it. I'm still going to make, it's still going to make out on this, on something like this. And this is just kind of a basic 3-hand dive watch. There's always
Right.
going to be a market for these. And when you get into your Rolexes and up, there's even more of a market, and there's even more steadiness of what you're doing with your watches. You're not losing half your value. You're not losing. You're not. I don't think you're gonna lose anything on most of these watches.
Right. I mean, you're again, you're not getting a huge return on your money, so
Right.
you have that the potential use of that on other things.
Yeah.
So you don't want to stick a huge amount of money in, but
I mean, unless you're
for
Damian
most,
Katz and trying
yeah,
to get rid of a Explorer 36 at the Miami, whatever they were talking about the other day. People were on the show Sunday saying that he was getting ridiculous offers on his watch. Yeah, that's gonna hurt. John D
yeah,
also,
but
you don't lose a penny if you don't sell. I think we're talking about long-term strategy. Like eventually you're going to want a new watch and you probably move on from what you have. That's traditionally the way watches work. There were a few people that had really amazing collections and stuff, but for the normal rank and file person, it's normally kind of a one in, one out scenario.
right, right, yeah. Well, you get to a point where you have like, even if you bought a bunch, say you have 8 watches, and you trade in a watch every time you buy a new watch,
Mhm.
like you're not spending the full amount. You're
Right.
spending a portion of what you had, right? And I think most people bought something and sold it for more than they bought it for
Yeah.
in our community at some point during that whole thing.
Hmm.
And so you have extra money too that you're playing with.
Right.
And the people that lose money are the ones that hold on to a watch for a month, 2 months. Like, they're getting hammered on those
Right.
watches.
But even at that, I mean, I moved on. And if you look at what I paid for the watch I mean, it wasn't very much. It's a couple
Mhm.
$100. I mean, they treated me fairly. I bought it at a fair price. I got the new one at a fair price, and I got to stick some cash into the rainy day fund.
Mhm.
It's not a bad thing. When I look at it, I'm like, well, that was not a bad thing. For kind of an expensive watch. I didn't feel like I lost my shirt or anything. Did I make a bunch of money? No. But
Right.
I got my money back and a really nice watch. So in my mind,
Right.
that all worked out really
Right.
better. You know what I mean? Like I really couldn't have been happier. you know?
Right. Right. Well, how much money have people wasted slash lost holding on to watches just because their AD wants them to? A lot.
Exactly.
You're better off buying on the secondary market one watch than holding on to 4 watches,
Hmm.
because your opportunity cost for that money is high too.
Right.
So, like, I mean, it's all how you want to slice it. Like, but everybody's going to be like, oh, oh no. Like, are we supposed to say, are we supposed to say to people, like, you said watches are not investment, but
you know what? My watch hasn't gone down 1% in the last 6 months, but the stock market's gone down 20%.
Right.
So who's losing on that exchange? It doesn't change anything,
Now,
right? Like it's not going to say, "Oh, I should have had more money in watches." It's
Mhm.
like, no, you're missing the point. The point is not the point is that you allocate funds to certain things in your life and you decide what you want to invest in or put your money into or enjoy or whatever. And watches are one of the few things that you can kind of have your cake and eat it too.
Right.
If I put 200,000 into a boat right now and I sell it in 3 years, I'm gonna get 50,000 back if I'm
Right.
lucky.
Ex-
Watches look pretty good compared to that,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
and not for less enjoyment, I'll tell you,
Yeah.
right? Depending on what it is. So and the same thing with your house. You're really like you're much better off putting your money into a house than a watch. Most people would say that, right? Yeah, but what if house prices go down 20% right now?
Right.
and and you refinance and your payments are 10% interest and like, oh, maybe I should have rented and bought watches,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
financially you could make a case that like other things are way worse. How much money do you get back on a vacation that's $10,000 and you went to Carnival Cruises and gambled and you know spent your money on at the bar?
No, I agree. Yeah, like
I'd rather put my money into a watch personally than that
John D said,
experience. But other travel experiences, it's like, yeah, that's worth
yeah,
it. That's worth the
absolutely.
5,000, like to enjoy it. So I think sometimes people are critical of how you spend the money,
Mhm.
but like I don't gamble at all, like zero.
Yeah.
I won't sports gamble. I won't do scratch tickets. I won't. You know how much money that saves me?
Right.
A
None.
lot of money,
Yeah.
right? I don't spend much money on like I'll drink maybe one drink a week
Hmm.
on average. Sometimes like if I'm on vacation or something else or
Yeah.
an event, I'll have a couple drinks, but that's it. And how much money do I save myself? A lot,
Uh,
right?
um,
So, you could look at one person saying like, "Oh, they spend too much on watches," or "Ooh, you buy Richard Mill straps." I buy one Richard Mill strap. That's a fifth of what you spend on alcohol for the year,
mhm.
right? For some people. And how much do you spend on coffee every day? Well, that's a Submariner after 5 years.
The
If you
kids,
get coffee every day,
the
right?
kids at the dealership, they couldn't understand how I could spend, even 5,000 on a watch.
Oh yeah,
But if you looked at the amount of money that went in and out of their bank accounts on
right.
cards and comic
Yes.
books and
Oh yeah.
how much they gambled on, they're all on, FanDuel and stuff. Like they're how much money that they spent on that stuff was less than I was spending in a year on watches.
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah, they come in with their Starbucks latte for
Mhm.
$7 and then they get a
The Fed,
breakfast sandwich or whatever, and you say, "Oh, I'm just going to drink the coffee here."
yeah,
You're like, I'll take the watch, thank you."
I'll take the watch. Yeah,
And when you go to sell that watch, it's not going to be worth that much less either.
right.
So
They spend hundreds on these cards a week.
cards,
Cards,
what like baseball cards and stuff.
baseball
Like,
cards, football cards, like
oh yeah,
game
they
cards.
open the packs. It's
Uh,
like a form. That's a form of gambling.
yeah,
It
uh,
really is.
yeah. They hundreds a week on that stuff.
Yeah,
Hundreds
that's
a week
tough.
on whatever FanDuel or whoever they're doing their online gambling with.
Oh yeah.
It's just crazy.
Gambling, like sports gambling, is an unseen, absolutely
Obscene amount of money.
obscene amount of money that they're losing at
Yep.
their age. Because it's like 22-year-old kid is gambling $200 a week
Yep.
on football games, and they win some, they lose some, but
you add that up at the end of the year, it's like $2,000 at 22 years old. You know what that turns into down the line?
right.
Like, it's a lot of money, you know,
It's a
a
tough.
lot of money.
John
So,
D says, sorry, Mark, I have to disagree. There's a small segment of collectors versus enthusiasts who never sell or own one or two for life. I think more people buy one or two and call it a day, never chasing new watches ever. Oh, yeah, I'm sure it goes back to the Cartier argument.
yeah.
You know, that just right, you know, most people that aren't watch enthusiasts, that's what, they buy a watch and they'll wear it forever.
Right.
And that's why I think Cartier, what they're doing right is that they're selling to the market that they know that they have.
Mm-hmm.
Most of those people aren't watch people. They want a nice watch. They chase the name. They'll wear it forever. They'll keep it forever.
Right.
And good to see you. Hope
Yeah. I mean, you're not really collecting though. Like, you're enjoying the watch, but
exactly.
you're not really collecting unless you're moving stuff and trying stuff. And, you know, again, though, you don't have, like, I think there's a false idea that to be a watch collector, you have to be constantly buying watches and selling watches. Like, you don't have to own stuff.
Right.
Like, if you're going to like you did yesterday, go to watch Switzerland, try stuff on, talk to people, you know, figure things out, look at stuff. That's all part of collecting, actually. It's a
Absolutely.
big part is like the researching and the learning about watches and all that stuff. It's the enjoyment of the hobby. And that's apart from just going out there and buying stuff, because you could buy one watch every 5 years,
Mm-hmm.
and that's a pretty good pace if
Right.
you're young.
Being an enthusiast of something doesn't mean having to own everything.
Right.
You know.
I mean, I would say you should own something
Yeah.
at the same point.
You should own
Like
something. Yeah.
I would not call myself a Ferrari enthusiast, and
Yeah.
I've never driven in one
Right.
type of deal, but you could say, I like cars.
Yeah.
That's okay, but like, I don't know if you can go to a Ferrari meetup and you have a Ferrari. Like,
You
there's some level where you should
have to
you
have
should
something
probably
to fit.
put
Yeah.
some resources towards that. Yeah.
No, I agree 100%. John D also says the real treachery, the amount of money spent on subscriptions to OnlyFans, subscriptions to everything. So, I lose my job and I start looking, at all the finances and stuff. And I was like, Christ, when was the last time I watched Peacock? When was the last time I went through all those subscriptions. I'm like, geez, I'm spending $100 a month on all this content that I don't even use, so we cut out some of that stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then these
Yeah.
like OnlyFans subscriptions
Right.
are addictive for people. And again, the kids at the dealership, geez, the money I forgot about the money they spend on these things.
They go on OnlyFans and they spend like a ton of money.
Ton of money.
Mm.
They subscribe and then they pay for extra shit. And they're all happy when they're doing it in Giddy, but that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money
Yeah.
on that stuff,
Well, it's their whole future that they're gambling.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is like, they just don't know. It's stupid.
Yeah.
It's really dumb to do that. But it's a trap. So it's the same idea as like, there's all kinds of traps in the watch industry too. I mean,
yeah.
it's
Well,
absolutely like
seeking contentment in collecting can be challenging. It's true, because you're always kind of like, oh, what's next? What just came?
right.
What did I just see there? Or, Instagram is both great and dangerous. Yeah, because there's always something new popping up.
Yeah.
Contentment in the joy of curating your own personal museum art gallery of watches is never a challenging endeavor.
Right.
It can be for people because there are people that chase. Let's face it. At our core, we're hunters. You know.
Yeah, that's my problem is I'm a hunter.
You know.
I'm 100%. I'm like a treasure hunter, you know?
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
it's hard to and vintage is such I gotta be careful with vintage because this the thing about hunting at the AD is that because it's not easy to get, it
Hmm.
takes time. So it naturally slows you down. Vintage, you could be looking all day long,
You're
new
looking at
stuff is
real
popping
time.
up, real time, and you can buy it at any time.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like gray market is super dangerous because you can just buy it. Like if you allow yourself like, well, I'm just gonna buy everything on the gray. Then you turn to watches Brian and you could buy like 7 watches every month and
Right.
recycle them, you know? And it's
Hmm.
like, wow, that
It's
escalated quick, right?
yeah. It's really easy to do.
Hmm.
It's really easy to do because it's right there. It's available,
Right.
and you get whatever it is that put the urge for that in your mind isn't going away. Yeah. you know.
Yeah. I think a huge problem though is you look at some of what's going on with watches. It's like people are really getting taken advantage of, you know?
Yeah.
Whether it's they're on a journey that goes to nowhere. You've
Hmm.
got people buying from the gray market and they're getting, you know, offered 30% below what they should be offered by another gray market dealer even.
Yeah.
You've got people that are uh, taking out credit card or other loans or financing a Rolex. You're
Yeah.
like, what are you doing? Why are you not saving up to pay for that watch? Like,
Exactly.
what are you crazy?
The
Right?
it's
Even
yeah.
even we would say like, dude, don't finance that. No, no, don't do that. Yeah. I've told this story before, but I don't know if you uh heard when I told it, but I was at the AD one time. This guy had the AD was showing him a date eight and a date just. That was the date just was pre-owned, so it was like pretty close to retail. It was
Okay.
maybe like 13,000 instead of 12,000 or something. It was like a two-tone date just Wimbledon. I was like, oh, that's a nice watch. And then it was like a gold day date, right?
Hmm.
And I was like, he's like, I can't choose between the two. And I was kind of like, explaining to him the difference and, whatever. He's like, all right, thanks. Right. I thought I was helping the guy out. So he's like, I think I'm going to take both of them to the guy, to the salesperson. The guy's like, okay, I'll go run the thing and see what it comes back. He's like, okay. So he goes and he runs through like what is it, a firm or whatever the credit system is. It's like, sorry, you can only get you only qualified for the date just.
Okay.
And I was like, oh no, like did I just help talk this guy into like buying
Taking.
something he like if you can only afford the date just according to the Affirm,
Yeah.
like you should not be buying the date just,
Right.
like I don't know what his financial situation was, but like he was kind of like one of those guys that wasn't like he wasn't really like super dressed up.
Hmm.
And so, but he could have just been a casual guy, you
Yeah.
can't tell. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
It's
just
hard
like,
to
oh
tell.
no, oh no, please, like do not buy this, and I can't say that after,
Right.
right?
So it's hard
So
to
I
back.
was kind of like, oof, how many people are doing this where they just go in, like how many 22-year-old kids, they're not really, doubt they're super strict on a firm what you can afford for payments. Sure, you see it at the car dealership all the time. People
Oh,
going in there like,
yeah. I mean, no, it's one of my favorite lines when talking to my salespeople when we start training and stuff. I'm always like, look, first and foremost, nobody buys what they need. They buy what they
mhm,
want. There's a
yeah,
desire behind what they want. Nobody needs $100,000 Grand Wagoneer. They want it. There's a reason they want it. So accentuate those positives that they're looking at in that, but know that if everybody bought what they needed, we'd all have little 4-seat cars for the most part. Like if you had a family, you might have a minivan. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm. I know. It's like, yeah, they don't even. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But that same person doesn't know, right? A lot of those people probably go on Bloomberg, and Bloomberg's like, oh, watches are a good investment.
Yeah.
Right. And they're like, oh, okay. Wow.
Oh, I'm gonna go invest
All
in
right. Yeah. And they look on Chrono 24 and they say, ooh, this date just is $4,000 above retail. Let me buy this.
Yes.
And they put it on Affirm. Now,
Yes.
72 months later, they go to Watches of Switzerland and try to trade it in or sell it. And they're like, get hammered on it.
Yes.
Like, ooh, that didn't work out.
No, because once you add, so what?
But people are used to losing money, I think.
Yeah, if you add interest to what we were talking about,
right?
You're paying on that over time.
Oh yeah, on your credit card, 18%.
Yeah, that's a completely different.
Right.
Scenario.
Yeah, but like, these guys are they're used to losing money like that. They're used to just pissing away $2,000 on a football game.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, wow, like it's a whole nother mentality. And that's why like they do the crypto. It's like you get into this like, my stuff's up $5,000 today. And then they lose 20 grand the next day. Like, ooh, that was a bad day.
Yeah.
But they kind of shake it off, and it's like they're in this hamster wheel of like up and down. But man, long term, it's not a great place to be. Gotta be careful out there.
Yeah, it's crazy. I got I'm trying to pull some pictures over here. Hold on one second. Yeah, popped up. OC sent me some pictures from where they're at. Pull the Ballon Blue back up. Try to pop these over into the Instagram. So you guys can see what was going on. Are they in is he in Miami?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think.
Yeah.
Unconfirmed sightings.
Unconfirmed sightings. Let's see. We can't pull some of these up here. Sometimes there's a lag. There we go. Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a great dinner. Looks like OC dessert. So that's always good. He loves that.
Yeah.
He loves some good dessert. All right. So I'm going to pull these over to Instagram. It's just easier for me to do it that way. Boom. I have trouble trying to get my WhatsApp on my computer for some reason. It just never really works. So, with that being said, there we go. Okay. So, let's share this tab. Look at that collection of watches. Damn. I see an OC and a Mathis and a Cubitus, a Richard Mille, an Explorer. Very nice. Where'd the rest of the pictures go? Did we get one? Bummer. Let me see. Refresh it again and see when. Only one came over. Damn. But yeah, it looks like a good meetup. What do you? I love OC's Platinum Day Date. I know he says sometimes that he wishes he had the fluted bezel, but I just think that's just such a classy looking classic watch. Big fan, big fan of that.
Yeah. Which one?
OCs. I,
Yeah.
I just think that's just such a classic looking watch.
Yeah. The
Uh,
smooth bezel.
yeah.
Yeah. I like the there's like a motif one. It's like
Mhm.
diagonal cross
Yeah.
hatching on
Oh
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's beautiful too.
Yeah.
The Cubitus. Hello, them all. How are you? I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well.
The cube.
Staying warm.
Ooh, the arm looks good on the red strap. I haven't seen that on the red.
Yeah, it does. That it does. Thought I had pulled all those pictures over, but evidently not. We'll go back. We'll show the battle in blue here for a second. I don't want to dox anybody if I pull up some pictures. So hold on. Always got to be careful. Select. Hmm. Well, let's see if the rest of these came up this time, Boston. See if I got my technology to work. You know. Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, he sent them over on Instagram too. Cool. Thanks, OC. But I think I might have them. I think I might have.
He's always listening.
Yes. There we go. All right. Share this tab. Look at that. It's quite the collection of watches. You got the Explorer. It's the Rolex Trio, the Day Date, and the Explorer 2. I'm sure the Explorer 2, that's got to be Mathis. I'm sure OC ate all of this. He loves his dessert. He's a dessert guy. Oh, and cookies and brownies.
That's supposed to be like a face on the cake. It kind of looks like it from this.
Doesn't it?
front.
Yeah. There's that picture.
Platter of cookies.
Yes. Some kind of creme brulee, I think.
I have a delivery here. Hold on one second.
Oh, go ahead. Somebody got the steak, chicken over the grains. Ah, that's a cool picture. I like that picture a lot. You got the Richard Mille, the Cubitus, plus the 3 Rolexes. That's a great pick. Thanks for sharing it, see? That's good stuff. This would be a great 5-piece collection, wouldn't it? OC gets lots of mileage out of that date. It's a beautiful watch. Love the dial. I mean, I don't think it needs the fluted bezel. That's just me. More dessert. Imagine that. OC sent me 3 pictures, I think, with dessert in it. He does love the
All right. So okay, we got Mathis,
OC, and then I'm not sure.
Yeah, Jeff and Dewey and
Okay.
Double Crown with his 39 Explorer that he should have gotten rid of 2 years ago.
Very cool. I love that
Should have
red.
had the AP. He should have had the AP there.
Yes, but I love that red strap on that Richard Mille.
I know, it looks good.
It really looks good. Hard to beat a red strap on some watches.
Yeah. It's funny, like with straps, it's like really the color of the strap is like color is so important. And
Yeah.
some brands nail it and some brands just do not, just like, ooh, that blue is a little off on the dial. And it's
Yeah.
like it can make or break a watch so easily.
He's very easily. It can make or break a really expensive watch. You know?
Yes. Yeah.
John D says, "What's wrong with the Explorer 39?" I don't think there's anything wrong.
He just should have sold it a long time ago. He was supposed to sell it.
I believe that was wasn't that part of the long-term strategy? I think. I'm pretty sure that's what he was. Hold on. Bum, bum, bum. Well, I think John D. It was his idea to sell it. I believe. I think that was the thing. He wanted to move on from it. Was the whole idea? Maybe he changed his mind. I don't know. I mean, I think the Explorer is a great looking watch. It's just a classic. We talk about. The subject and the start of today's show was the go anywhere, do anything that the Aqua Terra is. I think the Explorer is right in line with that. Maybe even a little bit more so. I don't know. I'm a big fan of this, but you could easily make a case for the Rolex Explorer. Boston's on mute. He might have had somebody come to the door of Mall. He says, "Have platinum day prices dropped from their highs? Seeing chrono." Hello, there he is. Mall wants to know if platinum day prices have dropped from their highs. He's seeing chrono listings for $55K.
Yeah, I mean, see, it's very confusing, right? You've got older stuff dropping because it never was supposed to be high.
Okay.
And it was just sucked into the spike stuff. You
in
have new stuff that came out like 4 years ago that started out high and went higher and it's still dropping slowly. And then you've got new stuff that came out like 2 years ago that went high because it's new and then it's been dropping slowly.
Yeah.
So I think that the fluted bezel ones are still dropping. They haven't hit their floor. I think the older ones have dropped down faster, and those are because the new ones came out.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of downward pressure on those. So I think that they're hitting kind of, I still think they have another 10 to go, honestly.
Okay.
Like I think 45 is probably a good date price for platinum even. Sorry to say that, but I think yellow gold 35 is really where they should be right now. And that would be in line with historic stuff because
right.
Yeah. I think Daytona full gold Daytonas are overpriced.
Yeah. I'm not a big Daytona fan, but that just I think they're all overpriced, but they just
I think the Oyster Flex at retail are accurately priced.
Okay.
Because what are they? They were like 31. Now they're like 34, something like that, 33 and change. I think for that watch, you're getting a lot still.
The
full gold, like the extra for the bracelet, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, the Rolex bracelet is great for, especially on the steel models, but gold Rolex, they're okay. But gold Rolex, like sports models, I don't know.
Not sure. Yeah.
I just don't
I
know.
get it. Yeah.
I think the Daytona and the Day are dressier pieces. They're more acceptable as like a go out to dinner type of watch. I think the other models are tough. And even to some degree the Sky Dweller is like a dressy model, but some of the other ones I'm like, oof, it's a lot of money.
A lot of money for a sport watch. I agree. Double Crown says, shout out to the boys. And that the Explorer 1 is the best watch in the photo. of the Florida crew. I don't think OC is part of the Florida crew. Is he? Rolex, yeah, Buckley agrees. Full gold Rolex should first be a day date before any others.
Yeah.
It's the one that makes sense. I mean,
Yeah.
it just does. Full gold day date is classic.
Right.
A full gold Submariner or the deep sea. I mean, it just seems a bit much. It just doesn't
Like a
seem
platinum Daytona should be right around retail in the secondary.
okay.
It shouldn't have a
It shouldn't be a
you know,
premium. You're saying,
shouldn't be a huge premium.
Yeah.
Say it is hard to get, so that's why there's a premium.
Right?
It's not that the watch warrants that.
Okay.
Because the problem for Rolex is actually that they make steel, and it's the same problem that Patek has had. Everybody wants to steal because it's 30,000. When you get to the prices, it's like, hey, would I rather the platinum version of the Cubitus, or do I want the steel? Oh, the steel's 35. How much is the platinum? 87.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, and it doesn't have a full bracelet. Like, I think I'll go for the steel, right? And that's the same problem that has the Rolex. It's like, I'll take the Panda for 15 instead of the Platinum for 76.
Exactly.
Think about it. That's $60,000 difference
It's a
for
ton.
the same inside. Oh, it's got a gold rotor. Oh, but come on, guys.
Are you done?
Platinum's harder to work with, though. Platinum's harder to work with.
You done with your nonsense, Boston?
Oh,
Mathis, I'm never done with my nonsense because it makes too much sense.
Do you see what went on last night?
yeah.
It's nice of them to take you out for a nice warm meal
It was very nice.
on a cold night. I'm surprised you're in short sleeves.
Lucha, you see who's got the best tan in the picture?
Yeah. OC still already.
Get out of here.
You don't look tan.
What?
You don't look tan at all.
You see what he does, Lucha?
You're working too much, Mathis.
We had a great time. It was a great night, and it was
Good.
Great deal.
Good.
How many of those desserts did OC eat?
All right, I'm going to tell you exactly what happened at dessert. You want to know?
Okay.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
All right. OC was buttering up the manager the whole time we were there, talking about dessert. We're all, So she got she got her chef prepared. We had 2 flans.
Okay.
Everything homemade. Even like these things that we thought were Frosted Flakes were homemade. It was really good.
That.
We had 2 of those. It was amazing. All right, and then we had this like layered cake with layered cake with an ice cream on it. That one on the bottom there.
Yeah.
Everything was made at the place, even the ice cream, every single thing. Yeah, I think they even grew the raspberries. I'm just kidding. And on
They don't
top of
grow
there
raspberries in Florida. That's a northern fruit. That came from Massachusetts.
And on the top was a whole bunch of cookies. And OC ate 50% of everything you could see there.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I love when I go to a meal with OC because he will order a dessert for me, knowing that I'm a type 1 diabetic and I'm not going to eat it. And then he goes, oh, I guess I got to eat that dessert too.
Cruel and unusual punishment.
Looks like it was an amazing dinner. What was this chicken dish? Hold on.
Oh, that's what I had. It was amazing. It was half a chicken.
Great. Yeah.
Oh man, it was amazing. It was better than this. It was just as good as that steak. I had a piece of the
Ooh,
steak.
look at that chicken.
That chicken was just as good as the steak.
Looks like
rotisserie.
Super yummy, crispy.
It was baked. I think it was baked.
Oh yeah. Spatchcocked is what
And it was
the term is. No.
The whole time I wore the Cubitus for about
What'd you think?
I have a smaller wrist. It's a tiny big for me, but it
Yeah.
looks really sick in person.
It's a big
It looks
watch.
awesome. It's just
Yeah.
it's just the brother of that other one. It's just the
He's
same.
a big guy, though. He's a big guy.
Yeah, he's like 6'8".
I know. I know. It fits good on him,
He could punch me from like 4 feet away. Like I wouldn't be able to do anything with that wingspan.
Hold on. This is a very important question from Muhammad Ali. He says, which is going to be easier for him to get a green card, joining Team Florida or Team Boston?
Muhammad Ali, 100% Florida will get you married in 6 months. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I can't promise that. I'm sorry.
Happy Meal says, Gotti, when did you get a Popeye Diamond Lambo? Lucha has the best foodie channel. Really. Logan Hall said that you voted that I was the 2024 plating and presentation winner, according to you.
Really?
I was very
Impressive.
honored. Very impressed. Barry's definitely from
Yeah,
South.
quick recovery to Logan.
Yes.
And big up Curly. Thanks for the super chat. And Logan Hall is going to be selling pepperoni slices. Logan Hall's pepperoni slices.
Jeez. Hopefully he heals quick,
Yeah.
And they're gonna be like salami, but they're gonna be like jerky. He's gonna leave him out in the sun. And it'll be like Logan Hall's raisin jerky.
That's so gross.
And I hope Logan Hall feels better.
Yeah. Definitely. That looks
double crown.
Double crown. 6'8" Mathis. I can't wait to meet Mathis because at 6'1", I'm gonna feel like the Jolly Green Giant.
Well, I'm gonna wear Hokas. I'm gonna wear Hokas plus 2 inches. It's gonna give me half.
Yeah, Hokas are just for short men.
Yo, Hokas plus 2-inch risers. I'm half a foot taller.
Yeah, you don't even need that. The Hokas are like 4 inches now. Have you seen them? The new ones are like a platform shoe.
Yeah, 4 plus 2 is 6, Boston.
Do you need 6 inches to get to 6'1"?
No, just to get to 6 foot.
Okay.
Oh, geez. 6'8" is the universal height.
That's true.
7.5 should be the universal wrist size,
Yeah.
Happy Meal says my trophy is being made for my plating award.
We should make like a wrist spacer. It's like a sponge bracelet that you can put on to make your wrist 7.5.
So you make your wrist
It's like
bigger.
floating.
Yeah.
It's like floating above your wrist.
That's
awesome.
great.
Yeah.
There was so many Lamborghinis, Ferraris.
They're all fake,
I sent a
Mathis.
video to Curly. That's why he's seen my Lamborghini.
Mathis, they're all fake. I've been watching videos. They're all
No,
fake.
they're not. They're not.
Yes. You know what's happening in Miami?
Don't even start, Boston.
They're
We're on
buying.
the live stream.
No,
This
they're
is not a
buying.
private call.
No, they're buying like wrecked cars, and then they're buying the kits separately, fake kits from China, and they're putting like a Barabbas and like a Mansouri kit on these like broken down cars to make them look like they bought like a $1 million car and they bought it for $20,000.
They don't got time for that down.
Yeah, they do. That's all they do down there.
So it's all fake.
It's all fake, Mathis. You say, "Oh, look at all the APs. They're all fake. They're all ticking."
OC says this community is the best. Some people flew halfway across the country to meet Mathis. Beyond legend. Mathis is a legend.
Thank you, OC.
Let's see. Vimal says, according to wrist size plus girth equals constant. So greater the wrist size, lesser the girth. Be sure what you wish for. Well, there you go.
Wrist size plus girth.
You see that view?
Constant.
You see that view in the background, Boston? You see the view?
Those fake boats, those fake Chinese boat kits.
Yeah, those are fake Chinese boat kits.
You see the color of the water? It's a turquoise color, almost like Tiffany water.
Yeah, they dumped food coloring in there.
It's
They
not
dub
brown
food
like
coloring to
Venice,
make
and
it
it's
look
not
that
gray
color.
like Boston. Okay,
Dude. Okay,
Is
that's a
is it green
filter.
like
Number one, that's a filter. Number one, that's a
not a
filter.
filter.
Number two, that's photoshopped in there.
It's
That's not the
not. It's
background.
OC took the picture. He just learned how to use WhatsApp 6 months ago.
He uses OC is notorious for using filters. The water's not
They're
that
not.
color.
Okay.
It's like a greenish brown, that water.
Yeah. Okay. All
I've
right.
been there.
Moss says those are foam boats.
Yeah, they're foam boats. You get tricked.
My lawyer, even my lawyer knows. I sent him the same video. He knows. He's seen it.
He's seen it. That's a great picture, though.
It is. It's an okay picture.
It's an okay picture. I mean, it's a great fake background.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why Double Crown's wrist is angled like that, Mathis.
Yeah.
You got to talk to him about make his
one?
hand go straight.
Which hand?
Double crown.
Crown. His
Which
hand's
hand is double
angled.
crown?
The bottom one. You don't know your own hand?
That's my hand all on the bottom. I'm wearing Double Crown's watch.
Dude, you need to not
Well,
bend your wrist like that.
that's your hand?
That's my
You're
hand.
That's your hand?
Look
You're
at the
the
tan.
hand
The
guy
other
there.
hand is sunburn on top. I got
I was
olive
gonna say Double
Mediterranean
Crown is very tan.
He got burned.
Yeah,
We went to the
he's
jacuzzi.
toast. He's toast.
He went in the
He went to the
jacuzzi.
jacuzzi?
Yeah.
Did he do a quick survey before he got in?
Yeah, he sure did. He dropped like some kind of tablet in the water before we got in there.
Pepto-Bismol?
I don't know what it was.
Pour it in there. Little Tums.
Hey,
Antibacterial bomb.
does he have the watch condoms on the Explorer 1 as well?
Yes, he
Oh, yeah.
did. Yes, he did. And he said to me, and when he first handed it to me the first day, he said, "This is my only watch that doesn't have stickers." And then like a day later, I'm looking at it and I could see the stickers on the lugs. He's going to kick my ass tonight, but whatever.
You've been scammed. You've been scammed by Double Crown too.
He's slick.
He got
Yes.
you. Definitely got you.
You gotta watch that one. He's up to no good. He's probably at like FP Jorn or something right now. Doing something. He's always up to something. I bet he's been to the AD over 50 hours last year
Wow.
in 2024. That's my guess.
That's crazy.
Do you agree, Mathis?
I have no proof. I have no proof of anything.
So what's the plans for 2025 for the Miami crew? Because is this the only meetup that you have planned?
No comment for now. I can't even.
Oh,
I can't even.
I can't even comment? Jeez.
He's saying that while we've already completely taken over. That's like reverse psychology he's trying to do.
Is that what he's trying to pull on you?
He's not going to deal with it.
I love it.
But OC wore the Venetianico for 4 hours. Okay.
What?
Yeah, he wore it at the
I
pool.
think everybody should get a Venetianico in 2025.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe. Italian watches.
A fine Italian watch. That's what everybody needs.
Yes. F Panerai, get a Venetianico.
Listen, Lucha.
I'm
They
listening.
gave those guys the Panerais and they told them to sit on a rocket and torpedo and drove it right into a ship. What kind of sense is that?
Well, that Panerai, what you don't understand is that Panerai is so big and solid that that's what pierces the hull, so the torpedo can do its work. You don't believe me?
It's nuts.
I believe it. I mean,
We're happy you did pass up the gondola watch.
Oh, we did?
Listen, Lucha. Would you get a watch with a picture of a taxi cab on it? Would you get a watch with a picture of, like, even if you were a janitor that got paid a lot, would you get a dial with a broom and a bucket on there? That's what a gondola is. It's a shitty little rickety boat. Who cares?
Yeah.
It's like a rickshaw of boats, right?
Every time I want to go to CVS or to the movies, I have to jump in one of these things. It's ridiculous. I would never move out there.
Do I don't even think that Italians use the boats. I think it's just for tourists, right? Like Italians just walk around. Like they're not gonna stand there, wait for a boat, have to lay down in this boat. It's not faster. You can walk.
That's why Fort
Like-
Lauderdale is a much better, like, river city.
If there's more natural beauty in Fort Lauderdale.
Look at that. Oh my god.
Yeah, that RM looks so good.
Yeah, it was nasty.
Did you put that on?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
How did it wear on you there, Mathis?
A little big.
A little big?
Yeah. But if it's an RM, it's supposed to be like that. So.
Yeah. It's comfortable though.
Oh, you don't even. It's very lightweight. You
Yeah.
could feel the brace. You could feel the weight of the straps more than the watch.
Yeah.
But I've given you enough of a beating, Boston. I'll let you go back to your shtick. All right, you guys have a good time.
Mathis,
All right. We'll talk about the Boston crew and all of our
I'm
plans.
sure you
after
will.
we leave.
Just don't forget to put your coat on before you go outside.
I don't use a coat. Sorry. There's Mathis.
Mathis.
It's nice of him to stop by when he's hosting.
Yes. Always. Looks like a good time. Looks like a great meal.
Mm-hmm.
It was cool watches. What do you think? I mean, honestly, what do you think of the Cubans?
I honestly, I just don't like it for me.
No, I'm
I
just
I don't like the square. I don't like square watches. I don't like square watches.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
It's
Like I don't like the. I've tried on the Cardio Santos. I can't do it.
right. Yeah, I can't either. And that's probably my biggest issue with
And
it.
I don't even like I don't like the Reverso. I don't like. That's kind of a rectangular watch, I guess.
Yeah.
I can't do that. I can't do anything square or rectangular. I just don't like.
So we won't find you on the Brew website anytime soon?
I like Brew watches.
They're
They're
cool.
they're not super square, are they?
They're square. Yeah.
Aren't they like a little bit more angled though? More like a Nautilus? I don't think they have square. Oh no, they are pretty square. They're a little rounded, but they're not. Yeah, I don't know if I could do those either.
Hold on. I actually owned one for a hot minute. I owned that one. The retrograph. It's pretty
Brewer
a
nice.
little bit around to it, but it is pretty
Straightforward.
square. Yeah, it's pretty square watch. It was cool though. So I was talking the other day when I had that. Oh, hold on. Let me pause that. I had that 45 millimeter Oris Big Crown Pro Pilot. And I said the biggest problem with it wasn't the watch itself; it was the crown was big. You see to the right of the crown on the Brew, that was the permanent mark I had on my hand from that Oris. It must have been the same time because that crown was always digging into my hand. Good to see Dodger in the chat.
Yeah, I can't. That's not good.
No, it was bad. It was bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Buckley says
That's
it
a big watch.
stuff. What's that? The Brew or
It's a
the
big
45?
watch.
Yeah. The Brew actually fits, it wears bigger than you would think, it being a square, but that 45 millimeter Oris was huge.
Yeah.
Said,
I mean, I've tried on the Cubitus. I gave it a fair shake.
yeah. But I looked
It's reserved judgment.
yeah,
And my judgment is I will never own a Cubitus.
there you go. So when I look at this picture,
Yeah.
it looks funny to me. It looks like a giant square, almost a rectangle.
It's big.
Yeah. And
Because
I'm
he's a big guy. He's a
Yeah.
big guy.
and I like a big watch.
Mhm.
That looks like a really big, you know.
Now Jeff's watch is big, but the Richard Mill, because it's curved,
Right.
it actually wears smaller than you think. Like visually it looks big, but it actually wears very comfortable.
Like we said.
Even the big ones, like I can wear that size that he has on. I
Yeah.
prefer the size I have, which is smaller.
Okay.
But if I really, it's not any bigger than an offshore or a overseas
What
or
size is it?
that one.
Yeah.
His like it's like the big there's like two sizes. You don't really like it doesn't really like they don't really talk in millimeters with them.
Gotcha.
So the way to tell is the bigger size for the most part, except for I think the chronograph that like cars has.
Uh-huh.
Besides that, I think that it's 4 screws on the side is the bigger size and 2 screws is the smaller size.
Okay. Cool.
But it's not a hard and fast rule because some of the ladies ones have 4. It's kind of
So OC says that photograph distorts the width of the Cubitus. It's wide, but not that wide. Yeah, that's why I went back over to this picture. Because it didn't look as wide on this one. And again, I mean, I like a big wide watch, 43 and a half. I'm all in. But
right. I think if they come out with a small one, like a 38 model, that'll be a good size for a lot of people too.
Mhm.
But I think for a bigger wrist, I just don't like square for
Yeah.
myself. But
yeah, I'm not a big fan.
it's finished to the Patek level and it's nice color dial and
Of the ones they came out with, that was my favorite. That two-tone with the blue
the two-tone,
dial.
yeah.
Was
I like the platinum just because the bracelet, like I just feel like that bracelet should have stayed on the Nautilus personally, but yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's good. It's you have to like first and foremost, you have to like a square watch.
Yeah.
Dodger says, like in the old days when pilots strapped pocket watches to the wrist. I think we should go back to those days, Dodger. I think everyone should have a giant pocket watch on their wrist. With some nice watches right there. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it's when the Explorer one is the cheap watch in the group, that's a pretty good picture. Yeah, it's a pretty good
Yeah.
watches,
Oh yeah, definitely.
But
Well, 401 is a cheap watch, Mark. Let's be honest. At this point, too, like you can get a pretty good deal, I bet, on Explorer One.
Yeah,
What do you
those
think?
39s have come down. The Mark II 39s with the loom, those things are creeping down. I watch those because I actually like the 39 better than the 40.
Yeah.
I think it actually wears a little bit bigger, and I like the Explorer on the bottom side of the handset. I just think aesthetically it works better. So I look at those occasionally. Baku says, I take the 2-tone cube over the RM, resale out the window.
Nope.
I agree, Dodger. I think the Explorer one, like I said, we were talking about the GADA watch with the Aqua Terra. I think the Explorer one would be number 2 in my in my book for kind of go everywhere, do anything watches. But still, no one has been able to answer, Boston, why the Globemaster is so much more expensive than the Aqua Terra when it seems
I would
to
say
be.
the Explorer. I'd say the Explorer one is a good go anywhere, do anything if you're going to Applebee's.
Yeah.
Specifically.
You know, it's funny because I can't think of Applebee's without thinking of the movie Hall Pass.
Oh yeah.
I just, anytime someone says Applebee's, I think of Hall Pass. I think of them going to the bar at Applebee's, and I think of the girl sneezing and shitting in the shower.
I mean, what happened to Applebee's?
I know.
Used to be a good establishment.
It did. What they cheapened up bad.
They cheaped out. Yeah.
I guess that happens. I don't know why. You know, another one that cheaped out real bad that used to be a good, especially a solid breakfast place was Bob Evans. Bob Evans used to be a really good place, and then they kind of a lot of pre-made food, faster service, trying to, I don't know, it's not the same anymore. John Galt says, I've worn my Explorer 1 to Applebee's. It works great there.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. Everybody needs.
Everybody knows I'm joking, right?
Yeah, I hope. Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes people get all like,
some people get very defensive.
Yeah, very defensive. Like, we're having fun here, guys.
Yeah, it's supposed to be fun. Watch collecting is
I
allowed.
say the same thing about RMs and
Yeah.
APs. So,
and I'm an Omega guy, so the joke's on me.
yeah.
All the time. You know,
I wear my RM tinted Chipotle all the time. It's all good.
There you go. We just, I noticed the other day, I hadn't been up in this kind of little section in a while. They put in they moved the Chipotle. They closed the Quaker Steak and Lube wing place, and they split. It was a big building, and I saw that Chipotle had moved over there. I'm like, it can't be. Well, they put Shake Shack on the other side, so it's Shake Shack and Chipotle. So I got a Shake Shack now. Woohoo!
Yeah,
they're okay. You know what I mean? It's not great. It's a burger.
I've noticed an alarming trend. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I feel like with these chain franchise stores, it'll be like a new franchise and they'll start like popping up everywhere. You're like, ooh, it's the Chipotle is going in there and it's going in there. And like all of a sudden you've got like a bunch of these chain stores. And then almost they hit this point where it's like oversaturation. And then they can't like probably buy new. They can't like sell to more franchisees because there's just no place to put these restaurants.
Yeah.
And then it's still like the quality just falls off a cliff. So like Subway, right? Subway is one of those like Subway used to be pretty good.
Subway used to be awesome. I remember
now it's like
I went to in State College, Pennsylvania when I was in college, and it was amazing.
Right, because like they were new and it was like, oh, look at these. And like the bread was fresh and it was like it was more I felt like it was more like the quality of meat and everything was higher and they had and the bread was like, you could tell it was actually like real ingredients. And then they just went into this corporate, like almost everything is frozen, including the meat. Feels like it's been thought out, And I don't know. now like Jersey Mike's feels like it's passing them, you know.
Yeah, Jersey
Um,
Mike's is, I think, a better quality right now. But
yeah,
what you're saying, if corporate is making most of their money off of franchise fees,
right.
then it's always gonna. I guess that's a good point. I never really thought about it in that perspective, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I feel like it'll hit this peak and then they'll start being like, well, as a corporate, like we're not making more money off the franchise. Let's, try to cut down on the quality of meats a little bit and and eventually start using the same meats as Subway and then it'll be like, ooh. And then
yeah,
they'll start a new franchise that'll be like.
yeah. Well, it's kind of like I'll put it into this perspective: the NHL. I love the NHL,
Mhm.
but 10 years ago, 15 years ago, whatever, I think it was better when there were less teams because
Right.
you just automatically dilute your talent pool,
Right.
adding extra teams. Yeah,
Yes.
you make all those franchise fees because they pay billions of dollars or whatever to get a
Right.
franchise. But now you have more teams, more players,
Yeah.
more dilution, less great players
Yep.
playing.
Yep. Yeah, and I think the same thing's happening like with baseball and
Yeah,
the NBA too. Like I think baseball, like, man, the Red Sox are terrible now.
yeah,
Like they're just riding on like, oh, everybody buys the Red Sox hat if you live in Boston,
right.
but they spend nothing on players and they're just awful. And it's like people just will pay to go to Fenway Park now. It's
Mhm.
and buy a overpriced hot dog. Like they don't really care about the team right now because they're
Exactly.
so bad. But like the owners clearly don't care. They're
Right.
just raking it in without paying any money in salary. So I feel like a lot of these chains are doing that. And that's like, I don't know. It's kind of sad to see because you get used to something and then
Oh, the
I feel
NFL.
like
Even,
Chipotle is starting to go that way,
yeah,
a
yeah,
little
absolutely.
bit.
Well, it's like the NFL. I remember, like I'm old, so like in the mid to late '70s, early '80s. Even if you had a bad quarterback, like if you didn't have the best quarterback, you had a good quarterback on your
Yeah.
team because only the good players made the NFL. And now
Right.
I think you look at these teams with terrible quarterbacks. Like the Steelers had two rental quarterbacks this year.
Right. Yeah.
Um, and Connie O in the chat, he says, "Come on, Lucha, Alabama needs a hockey team." Yeah, so does Columbus. Like, why did we put a team in Columbus? Why wouldn't you put a team in Cleveland? Like, why Columbus, Ohio? Like, and then you wonder why
Right.
nobody wants to play. Like when someone gets good in their system and they're like, "Yeah, please trade me." Uh,
Right.
yeah, I don't want to live
Yeah.
in Columbus anymore.
Right.
But
Yeah, and
yeah,
I don't know what the answer is because the same thing like you know, NFL tries to make these teams like have parity by doing the salary cap and all this other stuff.
yeah,
And it's like, man, some of the teams are not going anywhere.
yeah.
Like Charlotte, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Carolina Panthers are going nowhere.
No. The uh,
And
the Pittsburgh Pirates are owned by stingy people that won't spend any money
right,
on the team, but
right.
they know they have one of the top three ballparks in the country that they're going to draw. They have their history to draw from, and
Yeah.
but they won't put any money into it
Well,
because
other people that are paying their guys come to the ballpark.
right,
You get to watch other players beat up
yeah,
on them. Yeah.
exactly. Dodger, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, "Thanks for the show, boys. Thanks for stopping by. Fun show." Yeah, that
Yep.
was there's a ton of that kind of dilution that comes. And I never really thought about it in restaurant terms. But
Yeah.
I think you're right. They're making corporates making their money franchising these places out, and
Right.
that's going to go downhill so fast.
Yeah. Yep.
Because
And
that
watch brands are doing the same thing, I think.
yeah.
I think
What
some
do you
watch
think?
brands are happy to just, hey, you're gonna you know the name, you're a loyal customer. we're going to put out these watches and we expect you to buy them.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, because we talked about this a little bit on Sunday about the new Grona and the Mad One, and like these brands doing these like less expensive
Yeah.
offshoots of their own brands.
Yeah.
What's your thought on that? As far as does it take away, or even a moon swatch, because people's made
Yeah.
argument about the moon swatch. Do you think it takes away from the actual product, like the real
I don't
product?
think so. I think the biggest difficulty brands have like that
Uh-huh.
are if they want to grow it to a bigger brand, it's very difficult.
Yeah.
Like it's easy to be a small independent. It's easy to be like a Simone Brett who makes 50 watches. Like that's easy because like I've got my clients for the next 10 years and I'll just
Mhm.
make these watches and I'll make a certain amount of profit. The guys that really want to grow it into a bigger thing, the advertising is brutal.
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to go to these watch shows and you're one of, 50 booths and it's the
Line up
same
watch
pool of collectors that you're fighting over? And like, I think those lower level pieces make the name get out there and
Okay.
makes it a lot more accessible. And I think that they get probably, you know, out of the people. So some of them, I want to say that they said something like they'll take like they'll get like 10,000 people that apply for a Mad One.
Mm-hmm.
Now some people are, putting in two different addresses and all that
Yeah.
stuff, but you know, that's a big amount of people compared to like 300 watches they make,
Exactly.
But I think that it's almost like handing out t-shirts, it's like, oh, what's that on yours? Oh, it's a Mad One. Oh, would you ever buy an MBNF? And they're like, I don't know, like I'm more comfortable at this price point. But like down the line, you still are know about the brand and it's getting out there. Like, you have people wearing a Mad One to Red Bar events and other things. And like I just think it's a way for them to advertise. They make a little bit of money, sure, but I think it's more about getting their name out there, and I
Okay.
think it's smart.
I was just curious. We kind of went back and forth on it. There were
Yeah,
people on either side of the argument,
I think
and
the people that own a Mad One too, like some of the Mad stuff. I don't know if
uh-huh.
you've ever tried on some of the stuff. It's crazy. Some of the stuff, the horological machines and stuff. Like I got to try on like forget HM5, HM3, like some of the early stuff. Like one of them looks like a cassette on the wrist. You think a square disc is big. Like this thing, it looks like an actual, it's almost the size of a real cassette tape. And it's it's totally unwearable. Like you can't wear this thing. Like even if you went to an event, like you can't put a jacket on. You can't like you'd have to take it off and put it on. You basically have to carry on a box of these things
Mm-hmm.
and then put them on once you get there or take it out of the box and put it on. Um it's that kind of crazy.
That level
So
of
I think that they, making something wearable and something that's, less expensive and something that, their collectors um can kind of enjoy on a daily basis without destroying their, you know,
yeah,
$100,000 watch is like, you know, that's why the Corona guy did it. He's like, I wanted something that I could wear. Like, I'm not going to wear my $100,000 creations. I'm not going to
right,
make myself $100,000 watch and then break it. And then I know how much it is to fix it. And, like
yeah,
it's like, let me just have something. And I think that they did a great job on the new redesign, making it slimmer. It's like a
yeah.
much better watch. So I like it. I think it's smart for
Okay,
their brand.
yeah,
I don't think every brand should do it. Like Patek doesn't need to do it,
right,
right? AP
right.
doesn't need to
You know,
do it. Rolex doesn't need to do it.
Rolex in a way does it with Tudor, and that was
Yeah, but not at that level. Like
yeah,
that's so low. And
yeah,
even I think Omega didn't need to do it with their name brand.
yeah.
But I think that it did open up Omega to more customers for sure. Like
Right.
there's probably like a 3% conversion rate between the Swatch and that. But
Mhm.
I think what it did actually is I don't know if I don't think it was by design, but what it did is it gave an alternative to a watch that people wear in Europe that they're afraid to get their watch stolen.
Yeah.
So it actually is fairly prevalent on everybody's wrist, which is interesting. Like
Yeah.
it basically replaced like a G-Shock
Mhm.
or something like that.
Yeah.
So
That
I
makes
think that was good. I think it was definitely good marketing, and they made a ton of money on it too. Like Swatch
oh
Group.
God, yeah. And
Um,
the thing with the Moon Swatch was not only did you have like people buying it as an alternative to watch, but you had like people who, like Dear Artifact, there are people in the world that are huge NASA buffs,
yes.
moon landing buffs. They went crazy for these things. If you were a big NASA guy and you didn't have the money to buy an actual moon watch, that's a way for you to have something to say, "Hey, I have this for my collection." My little space collection. Excuse me.
Mhm.
I didn't think that they needed to do one every month like they were for a while there.
Right. Right. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's definitely slowed down, but still, I think that, you know, it's fit into that area of like, you know, it- there's a need for watches that look pretty cool and are fun colors and are inexpensive and can be worn without fear of breaking them. Great vacation watch,
Oh yeah,
So yeah.
absolutely.
No, I think it's a good thing for those brands. I don't know of another brand like again, FP Journe doesn't need to do it,
Right.
right? Like they have more customers than they know what to do with. They don't want to grow. But
Hmm.
I think I'm trying to think of another brand that like, MB&F is one of those brands that wants to grow. Um yeah, I don't know. I don't know another brand that's like wanting to is in that kind of independent world but wants to get bigger.
Yeah.
Like Laurent Ferrier is not going to do it, or they just want to be small brands. A lot of them, like Urwerk's, not going to make a lower level watch.
lower level work. It looks like
Like I think they have like a $40,000 watch.
yeah.
That's like a little more simple, just to get people in the door. But
Uh-huh.
same idea, but like I just don't think they want to pump watches out. So.
Guys, we're 3 upvotes away from 40. If you haven't hit the like button, please do. It is appreciated.
All right, Mark, I gotta get going. But
Hey,
it's
thanks
been
for
good to
dropping
hang
on. It
out.
was a great,
Yeah,
great
anytime.
talking to you, man.
Anytime.
Um,
Yep.
Probably do another show Thursday. I'm gonna try and do the Sunday show and a couple during the week for while I have the time. Um,
Yep.
so probably doing Thursday morning.
Sounds good.
Guys, thank Boston for coming by,
All right. Bye.
keeping the conversation going. Appreciate it. Have a great day. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, so geez, we're coming up on 5 hours of continuous streaming. Damn, look at me go. Logan upvoted with his good pinky. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I'd like to get some good old fashioned upvotes, and please hit the. If you're not a subscriber, subscribe. But if you like what we're doing, hit the notification because it's not just the Sunday right now. We're doing some different stuff, some different days. I'll try and let you know when they're coming up. Oh, we're up to 40 upvotes. Thanks, guys. I do appreciate that. It makes me happy. Excuse me. this cold is bound and determined to try and take over. We're having a fight, an interbody fight. So, but yeah, we got some stuff going. We started off with the GADA talk today. The go anywhere, do anything, and why I believe one of my favorite GADA watch is boom, the Aqua Terra. I don't care which one you get. I just think it's a great go anywhere, do anything piece. I think you could. It's again, some of the things that I love about the watch is that it's 150 meters worth of water resistance and pressures. It just means it's a little tougher. It just means that it can. I'm not diving with this watch on, but it means that it can be a little bit better of a piece in that way for me. And that is, hold on. Oh, on the wrong screen. Jeez, oh Pete. Boom. A lovely watch. The new bracelet's amazing. I love the Caliber 8900. It is my favorite movement. It does have the quick set hour hand, the double barrel, 60 hour power reserve. It is the exact same movement that you find in the Creamsicle Planet Ocean. Another fine watch. What's that? Oh my God. What, Mathis? What? Oh, excuse me. What, Mathis? What? But yeah, I think you get a lot in that watch. Nobody's been able to tell me how the Globemaster is better at $1,300 more. Aside from the tungsten bezel, I mean, you don't have the screw-in case back. You have a screw-down case back. You don't have 150 meters water resistance. You only have 100. You don't have the lyre lugs. Oh, Logan, yes. He's using his good pinky. I think that there's a lot of differences there between the two. I think I like the Aqua Terra better in so many ways. Hold on, we got more pictures from OC. Let's see what we got here. Share this tab. The Vintage Seiko, or whatever they pronounce that as. It's actually not a bad looking watch. I gotta say. I have to say, it is not a bad looking piece. We got some more dinner. Got some little pasta. Maybe a tomato basil, or looks good. Maybe some truffle fries. Always delicious. A margarita pizza. Yum, yum. What the heck is that? Jeez. That's a blinged out Daytona there. That's for sure. Holy crap. This is an icon. The Grenade. An absolute icon. If you don't want to spend that kind of money, get a Zenith Pilots. It looks another homage Zenith. Holy moly. That's just more further proof that the Daytona is a very feminine watch. See what I did there? And there's a lot going on there. Jeez, oh Pete. It's a big old Royal Oak. Big old calendar Royal Oak there. Let's see. Vietnamese and everything I cook. That's hilarious. Oh shit. Damn. Well, guys, thanks for coming by. We got 5 hours in today. What a good stream. 2:30 already. So yeah, I'm trying to start around 9:30, start a little bit earlier, so that I can get some stuff done during the day, even if we extend into the 5-hour territory. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Mark could do a 5-hour stream? Oh, he would have known, because I've done 8, 9, and 10-hour streams before in the community. So we know that it can be done. But thanks so much to Boston Collector for keeping the conversation moving, giving us some good insight on what he thinks about the watch market. Always great to see that. And thanks to you guys. You guys, the chat. You guys know I'm a chat guy. So for me, the chat makes the show go. I want to talk about what you guys want to talk about and pull up the watches that you're interested in as well. We'll a lot of times have a little bit of a subject, but I am willing to veer off into whatever it is we want to talk about. We talked a lot. I mean, we talked about high-end stuff, mid-range stuff, Longines kind of stuff, some Seikos, some Axios, a lot of stuff. John Galtz was a great show, Mark. Thanks. Thank you guys. Yeah, you guys make the show. I just host. But remember, do something nice for someone. Say something nice to someone. Be the light that you would like to see shining from others. Be positive. Be happy. We got these great watches. Yeah, I've had a little weirdness happen in my life right now, but you don't see me coming on here going, "Oh, it's horrible." Is it the way I want it right now? No, but I'm still a very fortunate person, and I feel fortunate to have the watches that I have. I collect at the rate that I collect at, which is more I love Omega. You guys know that I love Omega, but you guys are great. I don't care what you like, as long as you love it and you're passionate about it. I want to talk about it then. And again, the Aqua Terra. This is the new bracelet watch. And I'm just going to have real quick, just because I started with this, and I know a lot of you weren't here at the beginning. So this new bracelet is amazing. It's really light. Like I said, at first I thought, is it cheap? But I'm like, no, it's light. It's purposely light. And it just makes the watch fit so much better. But what they did for me also, aside from a new bracelet, they put this little thing on here where you can push that in. And then you get the extra, what they call the comfort fit on the bracelet. So it's not quite as good as like on your 300 Dodger or on my Planet Ocean, but it also doesn't look as obnoxious as they made it look in some of the renderings. It's really kind of hard to notice unless you're really looking at it, but it just adds that little 2.5 that this watch needed. This watch desperately needed a bracelet update. It's a great watch, but this bracelet will scratch less, even though it still has polished center links. It's not the flat link. It catches the light better. It has the comfort fit. The clasp is a tad bit smaller than the original, but I still get my lyre lugs and the depth of my dial and my shark tooth indices, all the things that I love. The 8900 movement with the quick set. I just said I put my 300 on a blue Omega NATO. Omega makes great NATOs. They're expensive, but they do great NATOs. We also, speaking of Omega, we did talk about this new Speedy, the meteorite dial. I'm not sure. I'm not crazy about the moon phase on it, about these two big things that show on the outside. It's not subtle. It's not beautiful. Like when I think of a moon phase watch, I want to see something beautiful, and that to me isn't cutting it. But that's my 2 cents on the watch. 17.1 is a ton for a Seamaster. And that is, I mean, I get it. It's meteorite, but it's a steel watch. It's not a gold watch. It's not, or a 2-tone or something. I don't know. I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it. I don't, if you like it, fine, but I'd rather see them upgrade the Globemaster, the Constellation, the Railmaster. I'd like to see some things get done with those. Even the Planet Ocean has kind of been the same for a long time, And I love the Planet Ocean, but I mean, it could use a little love itself, John John D says moon phase and meteorite on a speedy wins for me all day long. There you go. Dodger says he wears his speedy or his Seamaster most days. Yeah. I mean, Seamasters are great. The Seamaster Planet Ocean. I like the Planet Ocean a little bit better because you do get the 8900 movement. And most of all, what I like about it is it's big and it makes John D mad. Now, I love the bezel. I like the rounded bezel. I think it's easier to use than the scallop. I think the action is a little crisper. And if you get the creamsicle, you don't get the liquid metal fill on the bezel. You get the loom fill, the ceramic loom. So for me, those are the wieners. Anybody else got anything before we cut this off and let somebody else do a show? We've had a lot going on. We talked about a lot, and I appreciate it. You guys are the best. Honestly, I do. I appreciate anybody who comes to listen to me babble about watches, mainly because I love to babble about watches. So the fact that there's people to talk to about the hobby, I love it. Guys, we are going to lucha our way on out of here in a second. We'll play a little... we'll do a sound effect. Oh, and don't forget how we started the day with hopefully anyway, my final French omelet for a while. Because boy, it's getting tired of eating French omelets, trying to perfect this technique to take a good picture for you guys. Hopefully that one is trophy worthy. Curly. Take care, Dodger. John D, always good to see you. Yeah. And there's a perfect example. So John D, I think, has great insight on things. I'm just going to go off on a quick tangent here real quick. We don't always agree on things about watches, but that's awesome. You know, I like to have differing, a little bit different, but we can have different opinions and not attack each other. We can respect each other's space and opinions and talk through what we like and don't like. And I think that's awesome. So thanks, Sean D, for showing up. Always nice to see you in the chat. Mathis, always good to have you around. OC, thanks for sharing the pictures. Curly, thanks for the award. Logan Hall, get better quick. And everyone else, thanks for coming by. I'll see you Thursday morning. And peace out, folks.